Hello.
Hello and good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Well, pretty nice. Pretty excited. Nice day with the community. So really good.
Hello, Javier. So this is the start of track 2. If you didn't watch the intro, I know you didn't, Javier, but we just had the session kickoff in the first track. This is the start of track 2. And the first session today is by you, and you're going to be talking about drawn controls in .NET MAUI.
Yeah. It's a pretty exciting topic because it's from an experimental project that we have been working on a little bit and could be part in the future of .NET MAUI, maybe in .NET 7. And yeah, we want to get some feedback. We get to share what we have so far. Really soon we will have some Nugget package that everybody will be able to try, play with it, etc. So really excited to share with everybody what is this library and what are the goals and everything related with this.
Awesome. You're going to have to start sharing your screen.
Yes.
There it is. And then I will bring that in and we can get started. So thank you so much for joining, and everybody enjoy the first track. On the second track, the first talk, or the second track.
Yeah, thanks so much. I have the responsibility of break the ice with the first track. Really happy to be here. As I introduced, I'm going to talk about an experimental project that we are working on in .NET MAUI, and it's about drawing controls in .NET MAUI. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Javier. I'm working in the .NET MAUI team, also in the Xamarin Forms team. And the most important stuff is like you have there my Twitter account, you have there my email. If I can help you with anything, if you have any question, any stuff where I can help you, I will be more than happy to answer you as soon as possible. So pick my contact information and we'll be happy to help. And of course, we have an introduction session to something new. So probably you will have a lot of questions about this stuff, how it works, how it will impact to the rest of .NET MAUI. So don't hesitate to ask. If you have any question, please ask anything. I will reserve some minutes at the end of the session to try to answer everything. And in case we don't have time, I will just continue in the chat and I will try to help and answer everybody. And in case someone just continue with question, remember that you can just send me an email. But before jump directly to the topic of the session, the drone controls, let me do a quick review of .NET MAUI. And .NET MAUI is a cross-platform framework to create applications for iOS, Android, Windows, in this case using WinUI 3, and macOS using Catalyst. Using the same code base, now we reduce to a single unique project to manage everything, thanks to use SDK style projects, add support, of course, to Net6, and command line support. Now you can create projects using command line. There are new templates, and we can say that this framework is an evolution from Xamarin Forms. So everything that you had previously in Xamarin Forms is now in the Microsoft.MAUI namespace. And also we continue also iterating, improving Xamarin Essentials that is now inside of different namespace, but one of them is Microsoft device. And talking about Xamarin Forms, probably many of you know that we recently delayed a little bit .NET MAUI until the Q2 of 2022. And what will be the impact of this change in Xamarin Forms? Well, we continue improving the tooling to do a smooth transition from Xamarin Forms to .NET MAUI. Of course, many of the concepts that you already know, like all the XAML concepts, many of the controls, etc., will work in the same way. So we are trying to push to offer a smooth transition from Xamarin Forms to .NET MAUI, and the support for Xamarin Forms will be 1 year from the window after the release of .NET MAUI. So imagine that we release .NET MAUI, imagine in, I don't know, April of next year. The support will be until April of the next year, 2023. So this is a summary of .NET MAUI. It's an evolution of Xamarin Forms. The approach of the framework is the same that we had before in Xamarin Forms. That is, we have an abstraction layer that allows us to write once and be able to deploy in different platforms. But internally, what is happening is like this abstraction is being mapped to a native element, right? For example, if we have the button, the abstraction of the button, we are creating an UI button in iOS, we are creating an Android button in Android, etc. We are creating native views, native controls. This is the default approach. This is how everything is working. And yeah, we have many goals. Between all these goals, there are two ones that I want to mention. One of them is the performance. We have many focus in performance, improve the startup time, reduce the view nesting. That's possible thanks to the new handlers architecture, the evolution of the custom renderers that probably many of you know from Xamarin Forms. And also we want to improve the design possibilities, the options to customize all the controls. And with all these goals in mind, one of the experiments that we had started in the past and we continue is the experimental drone controls. So we received many feedback. Many people just want to have a consistent look and behavior between platforms. And now, by default, that's not what is happening, right? Because, for example, you have here a definition of a XAML, a piece of XAML defining a button. And by default, with all the styling, you have, of course, different look between the different platforms because the default look and feel of all these controls is the default in every platform. Of course, is different between them. So, yeah, many of you want this consistent look and behavior, and also what's happening if I want, for example, to include, I don't know, 3 match inside the button. Yeah, by default, we allow some customization in the button, allow you to put, for example, one image in different orientations, in different space, etc. But you cannot do or include anything inside the button, right? So that's other thing that many of you want. And in Xamarin Forms, to allow to offer you a consistent way to have the same look and feel between iOS, Android, etc., was the visual material library. That, yeah, was an implementation of the native material controls in Android and iOS, offers consistency, right, but was really rigid in its prescribed design. So you cannot still stand or do whatever you want. Like, for example, the example that I put before, like put 3 match inside the button. So that's still don't match some of our customers' designs. So with that, today in .NET MAUI, we included the Microsoft MAUI graphics library. This is a new library. It's a cross-platform graphics library for many platforms. Of course, today we use it with the .NET MAUI platforms supported. That is Android, iOS, Windows, and macOS. But this library also gives support to Tizen and Linux. It's written completely in C#. And what offers this library is a common API to target all these platforms and use some abstractions that allow you to write code just once and be able to share this drawing code between all these platforms. Offers from basic stuff like draw some basic shapes, basic effects, like, for example, some shadows or some other typical effects. And of course, give also support to manage things like some information related with the device, mostly the screen size, etc. Gestures, or when you are touching the canvas, etc. So the interesting part of this library is offers at least in mostly all the platforms 2 ways to render the content. For example, in iOS, you can draw everything using core graphics, so using the native APIs to draw everything, or Skia Sharp. This happens mostly everywhere, and that's interesting because in some cases you can decide if you want to use Skia Sharp because you prefer it, because there are some details that are different based on different platforms. For example, to render text, Skia Sharp is faster than Android graphics in Android. So you can decide if you want to include Skia Sharp and, of course, have some impacts, and for example, in the size of your application, because you are adding a new library and you are increasing the package of your application, or if you want to use the native APIs to draw, so you will not increase the package of your size, and you will directly use what is ready by default. So there are many different implementations. In some platforms, there are several implementations. For example, in Windows, there are Win2D, Skia Sharp, SharpDX, etc. So support all these platforms, different implementations. Let's see a quick demo about this. So let me launch this sample, and while this is compiling, let's take a look to how looks like the API, at least the basic API. So in all the case, mostly you will have a draw method, and the draw method, that is this, will receive a canvas. This canvas is used, the area where you are going to draw, and this canvas also offers some basic information like, the size of the canvas, etc. Then, using the canvas, we have several extension methods that we can use to draw from basic shapes like draw an ellipse, draw a circle, an image, line, etc. We have several methods to work also with image and with text, but also we have options to work with shadows, where we have several options to work with different paints. Paints for this library are like brushes. So you can use a solid paint to draw a solid color. You can use a gradient paint to draw some different gradients, and also you can use patterns or image, etc. So this is the library. There are options, of course, to draw lines, to draw different rectangles, ellipses, round rectangles, arcs. There are options to draw image, paths, of course, and we can also, of course, fill. We have options to draw the border of every shape, and also we can also, of course, fill with anything that the content of every shape. So let me go to more complex case. For example, this is drawing some patterns. You can see here some gradients, some shadows, etc., etc. And maybe also it's interesting to show some samples related with text. Of course, there are different options to manage the alignment, the positioning, the font size. You can apply, of course, different effects also to text, like shadows, everything. So this is Microsoft MAUI graphics. We already are using Microsoft MAUI graphics for example, all the basic types like a point, a color, etc. in .NET MAUI is all these basic types are included in Microsoft MAUI graphics, and there are some views and some parts, like for example, all the APIs related with brushes to draw gradients, etc., are using Microsoft MAUI graphics. All the shapes API that are drawing the different shapes, etc., is using Microsoft MAUI graphics. And yeah, we probably are going to try to use this library to keep consistency in the way in how we manage mostly graphic stuff or different visual effects using this library. And we'll continue evolving, we'll continue adding things, but today have all that we have mentioned. And with this library, we had another idea, and is like, what if we take this Microsoft MAUI graphics library and create drawing controls? What if we, instead of map all the abstraction to a native control, also take the abstraction and all the information from the abstraction and map to a drawing control? So we'll be used at the end a canvas where we are going to draw everything using the previous APIs, drawing, rectangles, shadows, etc. And with this idea, we created the Microsoft MAUI graphics control library, and is a subset of controls from .NET MAUI. Today offers all the controls that you can find in Xamarin Fonts Visual, but instead of allow you to use material design, it offers Cupertino, Fluent, and Material. So this is the library. And today is a .NET experiment associated with .NET MAUI. And that means this is still not part of .NET MAUI. We are sharing this with many companies, with developers, and of course with you, with everybody from the community. And we are really interested to know what is your feeling about this, because we value a lot all your feedback to know if this gives you value, if you like the idea or not, to think if include this as part of .NET MAUI in the future. So this is one of the main topics. So what are the controls available today in the library? Well, as I said, are all the controls that you can find in Xamarin Fonts Visual, so activity indicator, button, checkbox, state picker, editor, entry, progress bar, all the controls that you see in the screen. And of course, all the controls have been implemented in Cupertino, Fluent, and Material. The features or the main features that we want to achieve, and all the features that you can see in the screen are already mostly implemented. First of all, we want high performance controls, but high performance controls giving a pixel perfect option and giving the possibility to define it just one time and have exactly the same appearance and the same behavior in all the platforms. Then, of course, don't mean that if you use a drawing control, you cannot have really, really important functionality like accessibility support. Already, we have part of the accessibility support implemented. We have all the functionality related with the screen readers is implemented. We still need to work in, for example, eye contrast color and other accessibility options. But of course, it's possible, and it's one of the main goals. There are also support for themes. If you change between light and dark theme, all these drawing controls also react to all these changes. RTL support is important to give support to all these controls to work in a left to right or right to left direction, of course. And yeah, give support for phone and desktop. Initially, we want to give support to all the supported platforms in .NET-MAUI, so Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. But this will allow us to achieve also and reach other platforms in a easy way. So let's see some screenshots here and there. So in the first screenshot, you can see some of the different visual states. This is a fluent control. This is enable. This is disable. And here you can see how everything reacts to different dense chains. And in this case, how to react to left to right and right to left directions. Of course, everything changes and adapt to work in this way. These screens just show all the controls working, in this case, in Mac, using Mac Catalyst. But let's see a couple of videos where we can see everything better, because I'm going to show some videos because mostly show all these directly will need a lot of interruptions to just change a condition, a property, to decide if we want to use the Fluent Material Cupertino option and relaunch it. And that will take some time, so I don't want to lose this time in this case. So this is Material, for example, this is Fluent. You can see, for example, the slider is totally different, or the stepper is totally different between different implementations. Of course, everything is adapted to all these conditions. The first option is iOS, the second option is Android, and the third option in this case is MAUI. Of course, also works with macOS, as we have seen in the previous screenshot, but in this case will be too big to put everything in just one slide. So yeah, you can see that we have exactly the same rendering, the same behavior, and everything working in all the platforms, right? So let's see a quick demo. I'm going to jump in this case to this Windows machine. Oops. I need to sign in again. I'm here. I'm going to unlock, in this case, my device. And yeah, this is just the basic controls running in a device. So these are the buttons with different visual states. All the time will be the same. The first button is just a single button. The second option will be a disable control, and the third option is a customized control, just overriding some basic properties like background color, text color, etc., or overriding other stuff like overriding how to draw some parts. So you can see that I'm not going too deep in this concept, but I'm going to deep in how all these drone controls work, how to extend or create drone controls. But we have other concepts like, for example, visual effects, drawing visual effects. So one of the drone visual effects is this ripple effect that we have in the button, and well, we have in other controls, like, for example, here we can say the same in the stepper. So you can attach some visual effects, and like the effect concept that we have in Xamarin Forms is mostly the similar, is a class that allow you to override and attach some drawing chains to any drawing control in this case. So yeah, we have here the button, we have here the checkbox, we have here the date picker. If I pick another date, of course, this is updated. This is the disable, custom. This is the editor, and of course, we have here options to pop up the keyboard. We have, of course, all the transitions and all the effects that we could expect from the native control. We have fit the entry with the same options. Of course, we have some indicators based on the style, on this case, from the material entry. We have some progress bar, some sliders. It's important, the slider, because I'm going to take the slider and customize a lot the slider just in following demos. the stepper, the switch, and finally we have the time picker. So yeah, all these controls is working in all the platforms supported by .NET MAUI today in the same way, rendering in the same way. And we have support for Material, that is this case, but we also have support for Cupertino and for Fluent. So quick demo about MAUI graphics, but I want to share with all you how these controls are created and mostly how you can customize or extend or even create new drone controls. And it's important because, as I said previously, this is still an experimental library. So if you give us some feedback like, hey, I think that if we add this and this, I would love to extend the control in this way, it's all valid feedback that could cause some impact in how the final library will be. So all your feedback is important. We can improve all this with all your feedback. So I am really excited to share all this. So before see how to extend the controls, let me deep a little bit in the code. So this is the sample. It's use .NET MAUI single project, but I'm going to just put the focus on the library. So we have some handlers, well, mostly a handler for every control, but the most important thing is like the view handler. The view handler is really close to the concept of view handler from .NET MAUI. It's just a handler that will manage how to map all the stuff from the abstraction or from the definition of your control to the canvas that is drawing everything. The most important thing from this handler is the draw mapper concept. If you don't have seen nothing about .NET MAUI, well, in .NET MAUI we have now the concept of mapper. The mapper is used, well, the concept is easy. It's just a dictionary, as you can see here. But it's, while in Xamarin Forms we have all these on element property chain methods that receive some notifications. Remember using a notify property chain. Every time that a property from a control chain, in that method, we can just validate like if the property that have chain is whatever, I'm going to update whatever, etc. Now, all this is managed by a new concept that is called mapper. The mapper is a dictionary between one thing that are just strings, are just the case, the name of your properties, and something that will be used mostly the native canvas. Oh, sorry. Let me put here, not focus. Sorry for that. Yeah, I was talking about the draw mapper, and then all the controls, for example, I'm going to the slider, have a graphics control handler. So this is the base class that you will use in case you want to create a handler. You will have a mapper that will map all the base properties. And then, this is an interesting concept, all the drone controls are created with a collection of layers. If you have any concept of, anything about, for example, some tooling like Photoshop or other graphics tooling, you will know the concept of the layer. At the end, we have a control created with different layers that could be drawn in different zeta index. So one could be drawn on top of other or behind of others, etc. So in this case, for example, the slider is breaking different layers. We can draw the background of the slider in one of the layers, the track of the slider in other layer, the thumb in other layer, and in case of half text, also in other layer. This is important because easily we will see that you can use override how to draw every of these of these layers. And at the end, we have used some map methods that will just draw something in the control. Of course, these graphics control handler have some methods that you can override to know when this is loading, this is unloading, or when it's happening some kind of interaction, like if it's starting some interaction, or you are dragging, or the touch is cancelled or ended, etc. In this case, we are using this to, of course, manipulate when we are dragging the thumb in the slider. And then the definition of drawing use the concept of drawable. The drawable is used a class that defines how, in this case, a control is drawn, right? So in this case, we have one method to draw every of the layers. So for example, the track progress is used at the end around rectangle, right? It's used around rectangle that is drawing mostly a line. And in this case, we set basic information like what will be the color that, of course, comes from the abstraction, the minimum track color in this case, and draw a fill round rectangle using this information. So all these controls are based and created in this way. So now, going back to the slides, you can extend any of these controls in several ways. The easy way is use access to the handler. For example, if you want to override the slider, you can create a class overriding the slider handler. Well, in this case, you can pick if you want to override the material drawable, the Cupertino drawable, or whatever. And then the only thing that you need to do is override the draw method. In the draw method, you receive the canvas and the size that you are allowed to use. And you can create your own code, your own content. If you put your content before the base method, you will draw behind of the entry slider. If you put your code after the base method, you will draw on top of the slider. In this case, imagine if you have a button and you want to draw a custom border. This is a easy way. You can just override the draw method, draw for example, a round rectangle with your own border using whatever thing, or draw a shadow or whatever thing in the button. But as I said, all the drawn controls are created by layers. So it's possible to access each layer and override how all these layers are drawn. Also, we can add or remove layers. So if for example, we have the slider and we don't want how this slider is drawn, we can just remove one of the layers. If we don't want the text, we can remove the layer. So this is done in this way. It's similar to how we override things in .NET We access to the mapper, in this case the draw mapper, access to one of the layers. There is an enumeration with all the default layers, and then you receive all the information, the canvas, the size, the drawable, that is the object that defines all the information from other layers in case you want to access to other layer to receive some kind of information. And the slider is the abstraction in case you want to access to, for example, some color, some stuff from the abstraction. So this is the other way to extend. And the third way is like, no, I don't want to override how to override something on top, or I don't want to override just a layer. I just want to create my own slider. In this case, you can create a drawable. So you can create a class that you inherit from the iSlider drawable. In this case, all the controls will have their own drawable, and the only thing that you need to do is set in the create drawable method your custom drawable. And in this case, you can define what will you do, draw in the background, what will you do, draw in the thumb, etc. So we can draw everything. Let's see a quick demo about this. Let me jump in this case again to Windows, and I'm going to the sample now because I'm going to the application to change the main page from the default main page to another that is called custom controls page. So while this is compiling, I'm going to show you the code. So here in the sample, we have this controls concept, and in the custom slider, the easy slider is draw custom slider. So for example, I just override the draw method to draw a text with the value that I take from the slider. So this is one thing that is perfectly possible. And then in case you want to override something, for example, I want to override only the thumb because I want to create my own thumb. In this case, I'm creating a thumb that will be an ellipse, but I want to create, to include a custom shadow, for example. Okay, it's perfectly possible. The only thing that you need to do is access to the draw mapper, to the layer that you want to override, and override whatever you want. And the third option is, no, what I really want is, I like this slider. I don't want any new property, anything new in the slider. The slider is fine, but what I want is override how to draw the background, how to draw text in case you want to draw text, how to draw the thumb, etc. So, so this is the sample. So, for example, this is the custom slider. So every time that I change, this is the value. This is the first option that we have seen, this one, draw something custom on top of the drawn control. But you can do something like this. This is also a slider, but I'm overriding everything. I'm overriding the track, I'm overriding the thumb. In the thumb, that is probably the most interesting part in this specific sample, I'm creating a round rectangle, but I'm adding several shadows. For example, we have here on top a smooth shadow and something more solid here in this part. I'm drawing this icon that is at the end a shape. So I'm drawing a shape with all these points. It's this shape. So yeah, you can draw whatever you want. So this is how to customize a slider. Of course, the behavior is exactly the same. And that just work. But what happens if you don't want to create or override an existing control? What if you want to create your own control? Well, in this case, there is a class that is called graphics view. The graphics view is a class that will create a canvas for you. And the only thing that you need to do to override how to draw in the canvas is override the draw method. In this draw method, again, you will receive the canvas and you will receive the information about the size. So the graphics view also gives you information about, for example, touch events or when the control is load or in load if you want to instantiate or dispose things. And there are more complex options that, like, for example, again, create layers that will allow you to share this control. For example, create a library of drawn controls and give the possibility of to the developers to, for example, no, I don't want in the graphics view, for example, this layer. I'm going to remove, or I'm going to add another layer, etc. So let's see how to create one control like this, and it's this persona control, right? In this case, we have here the persona control inherits from the graphics view. Then the important thing is, like, I'm going to draw, override the draw method. I'm going to draw everything in layers again. In this control, I don't have any touch event, but you can override several methods like the on touchdown. You can override when the control is load or unload. There are more touch events. All the information that probably you will need to create a control in this way, it's really here to use directly with this graphics view control. So this is the persona control that you can find the fluent design. So this is another way to create your own controls. So continuing a little bit to give some time for questions. Yeah, all this stuff is experimental. We continue playing with all this stuff. For example, reaching new platform is easier because while using the native stuff, we need to create a handler to map every .NET MAUI control to the native control and map all the properties, etc. In this case, with drawn controls, we only need to create the graphics view. That is how to create the native canvas where we are going to draw in a platform. For example, this is an experiment with Linux. In this case, this is using GTK, and it's drawing exactly the same using Skia Sharp. So what are the next steps for the library? One of the important things will be complete some pending part. There are some specific pending properties. There is a status README in the repository of the project, where you can see in a table it's the same table that you can find on MAUI. So you can find the different controls with a different property, what's implemented, what not. It's in a good shape, but there are still some pending properties. This is part of the next steps. There are them support, but we want to complete some pending details. Of course, more accessibility options like the icon tracks color. And then there are two really important topics. One of them is include a property that will be called render mode, will allow you to choose between native and Skia, and probably you already know what we'll do. It's like if I run this in iOS, if I use native, we'll use graphics view, the native graphics API. If you use Skia, we'll use Skia Sharp. The main difference in some case will be some details like performance or increase or not increase the size, etc. And then I have shown a lot of C# code, not too much XAML code. That's because we still are planning and working on how to customize all these controls using a XAML option. There are several ideas related with all these layers. Of course, probably many of you have the control template idea in your mind, etc. Yes, that's the different ways that we have in mind. So again, it's an experimental library. We want your feedback. I want your feedback. There is an issue that is only share what you think about this. It's the link that you can find the slides. So please fill your feedback there. And to do a quick summary, Microsoft Graphics Control, its MAUI Graphics Control is used an experimental library for now that offers all the controls available in XAML Informs Visual, allowing you to choose between Cupertino, Fluent, and Material, but instead of creating native controls are drawn controls. I already implement all the visual controls with DMRTL and some of the accessibility support options, and will be part of .NET MAUI in the future. At the moment, we are just collecting feedback. We are considering to release some Nugget package really soon, probably between now and next month, to start allowing you to play and to explore the possibilities from this library and start receiving feedback. We are still validating and considering to include this in .NET 7 and being part of .NET MAUI, but at the moment it's just an experimental library. So before questions, also we see this. I don't know if I have mentioned this. Maybe it's here. Yes, it will be the alternative to XAML Informs Visual. That means that XAML Informs Visual will not be supported. So we are not going to continue updating all the binding libraries for Material in Android and iOS, and we'll give in this way to give you an option to use Material controls plus Fluent and Cupertino. Also, it's an really interesting option for developers, because you can mix in the same screen native and drawn controls. So you will be able to choose if you want to use a native or drawn controls. At the same time, if you have a lot of experience or code, already you have code, for example, to extend a button, you will be able to continue doing that. You can use the custom handler and take advantage of all your experience with native development and just override the handler and customize the button using, for example, in iOS, Wikit, etc. But also it's a good news for new .NET MAUI developers. They only need to know C# and they only need to learn how to use these graphics APIs. And with that, could use really complex controls using one code base and writing just one time and having exactly the same appearance and the same behavior in all the platforms. And not sure if I'm good with timing and if I'm able to answer some questions. If that's possible, will be nice. If not, I will continue in the chat. Don't worry about that.
Thank you so much, Javier. That was really interesting, and coming from somebody who's on the team developing this. We had so many questions in the chat that we can't go through all of them, but I will highlight. Maybe you can answer the others afterwards. I will put one on the screen. Ian Ruff, would you need to calculate the canvas size before rendering text?
So there is some extension methods to get the size of everything that you are rendering. For example, if you render a shape, for example, a path, there is an extension method that will allow you to get the size of not the size of the canvas, the size of the shape, the path that you are rendering, and something happening exactly the same way with text. You can render text using the draw text option with several overrides, and there is a method that will allow you to get exactly the size of the rendering text that could fit with the size of the canvas or not. Mostly, in many cases, will not fit because you will draw different things in the canvas. So yeah, we think about that because we already needed to create some of the controls. So there are options to get the size.
Awesome, thank you. I see track 1 is already getting started with the next session. So we're going to end here.
I will continue in the chat. We'll try to answer all the questions. And yeah, thanks so much to everybody. And let me move very quickly to the contact slide. If someone just have some questions, just ping me on social networks or send me an email, and we'll be more than happy to help with whatever.
Okay, take your screenshots now, and I will move on to our next speaker, Konrad. Thank you.
Thanks everybody. Bye.
Bye-bye. Good morning, Konrad.
Hi, Carrie. I'm a bit lighted. That's better.
You've got more sunshine than I have.
Yeah, it's perfect time for me to be fully lit. Maybe a bit too much light, but yeah, we will manage. It will be okay.
Yes, we have viewers from Turkey, Germany, Indonesia, Scotland, Australia, Netherlands. These are the ones I identified in the chat. So awesome people all around the globe joining in. The Americans are still sleeping. I guess only in Maui it would still be early enough to not be in bed. Yeah, but you are going to also talk about Maui today. And
yes.
You are going to go to... Are you going to be focusing on the desktop side?
Yes, indeed I am. So even if Xamarin and .MAUI is more known for the mobile side, I will today talk about desktop and especially about modern ways to create desktop apps, cross-platform desktop apps with .MAUI and many other technologies. So I will give you a bit of an overview about what's possible and also a little help on deciding when you have your next project what to choose and why to choose. So that's what I will do today.
All right. Thank you. We're looking forward to it. And I'll hand over to you.
Okay. Can you then? Thank you. All right. Then, yeah, thanks for having me. As I said before, I will today talk about an overview of .NET desktop application development. Yeah, I think most of us are here for mobile, but I think desktop is also really important. Before I go to the content, I will just quickly introduce myself. So my name is Konrad Müller. I work for Züge and do mobile and software development there. And additionally, I do a lot of .NET development in general, backend, front end, whatever. Also cloud stuff. So yeah, everything that's there. If you have any questions or want to contact me and network a bit afterwards, you can feel free to tweet out to me on Twitter or on GitHub. I'm there, so just reach out. Yeah, so before we talk about technologies and samples, I just want to first clarify a little question which I think is really important, and that's why should we do this? Why should we even develop apps for desktop and not just create more and more mobile apps? And I think there's a really compelling reason for that. as you know, that devices are getting bigger and bigger. So we started with tiny little iPhones, and now we are having big iPad Pros and laptop-like iPads, and even laptops are getting more popular. Additionally, we see more and more iPads and MacBooks in the enterprise world. So I think it really makes sense today to create desktop applications for the better ergonomics that you have, for better inputs with the keyboard and the mouse. You have a bigger screen. Of course, you also have performance. So if you have some application which needs performance, satisfied by a browser performance or a mobile performance, and you need a desktop application. You have full access to your platform API. With a mobile app, you're always in a sandbox, which is, of course, a good thing, but can also limit you a bit. And as I said, of course, there are now also iPad OS and MacBooks getting rolled out more and more. Even at Microsoft now, people are using MacBooks. So I think it really makes sense to develop apps for these platforms. So what do we expect from a desktop framework? First of all, we definitely want to support all platforms. So we want to support Windows, macOS, iPadOS, and even Linux, if that's possible. We want to develop with one language. We are coming all from Xamarin, so we are having a .NET, C#, F# background. So just using one language would be really good to share business logic, to share view logic. Our UI should be shared. So we want to create one UI, and which can be run on all platforms, or even create dedicated UIs for each platform, but have one unified business logic code base. And we want to have platform access. So we want to have access to the API, if possible, in a native way, so that we can do everything in one language in C# and not have to use like plugins or something, so that we can really do everything which a native developer could do on the platform as well. Okay. Now, of course, people went to Microsoft and say, please, Microsoft, give us a framework for that. Give us a .NET cross-platform UI framework. And for many years, there was nothing like that. Then .NET Core came, and before that, also Mono. But with .NET Core, we could create cross-platform code with C# and F# and just the whole .NET stack, which ran across all platforms, even on ARM nowadays. But there was never a native UI framework which was part of .NET Core. Even Xamarin was really not part of the .NET Core or .NET 5.6 stack. Of course, we had WPF and WinForms already, which were the, I think, most popular .NET desktop frameworks. And they could also run on .NET Core, which made running them across multiple Windows platforms way easier. But you can't run them on macOS, for example, or Linux. So they were always limited to Windows. Of course, Xamarin was an option. So Xamarin is now also part of Microsoft since 2016. And with Xamarin, we get access to iOS, Android, and macOS, and also GTK with GTK Sharp, I think it's called, through Mono. So we can now access all the platforms, and we can write a UI in the platform code. So we can use the AppKit development tools and so on. We can use all the native ways to create UI, but also with Xamarin Forms create one UI which is then shared across all platforms. I don't have to explain Xamarin here, but that's what we got until now. My issue with Xamarin Forms was always that it's, in my opinion, primarily focused on mobile. I think you could always see that the primary development focus of Microsoft went into mobile, into iOS and Android, and desktop platforms were always a bit behind. I think UWP for Windows was always good, well supported, but when we look at macOS and WPF, it was always an okay experience. So I personally would have not built a whole enterprise app for desktop with Xamarin Forms. Just my opinion. But now we are in the future, and now we have .NET 6 and .NET MAUI. At least we will have soon. So .NET 6 will release soon, and .NET MAUI will release hopefully somewhere next year. And they give us all the options that we need to create great desktop applications. So before we dive into .NET MAUI, we first have to dive into the two new platform technologies for macOS and for Windows. And I want to start with macOS. Because there we, of course, have our old Xamarin macOS, so just a port or bindings for AppKit, which powers macOS development. That's similar to UIKit for iOS development. So that was what you could use before, and now you also have a new option, which I think is really nice, because the issue was always that AppKit is a bit different than UIKit. So when you could create iOS apps with C#, you still had to learn something to create macOS apps with C#, because it was a slight difference in API and in UI. But now with Catalyst, Apple brings technology which allows you to simply run iOS apps on macOS and also access AppKit APIs. And therefore, we only have to run one code base and only have to know one language, so the UIKit language in C#, and can bring that to macOS and iOS. And of course, that makes it way easier to create frameworks like .NET MAUI, because now you only have to implement the iOS part and the UIKit part, and then just bring this to macOS and have way less effort in maintaining all of that. The great thing is that today, all of that is creatable in the console. So if you have the .NET CLI installed, have the .NET MAUI workloads installed, you can just create a new .NET Mac app or a Mac Catalyst app. It's really easy, and it's also what will power .NET MAUI. Additionally, for Windows, there's also something really interesting happening in the last years. You might have heard of Project Reunion and what's now known as a Windows App SDK. So the Windows App SDK is an effort by Microsoft to unify all the API access, all the there's a whole development on Windows and ship it as one SDK, which is usable from your known languages, like for example C#, C++, Visual.NET, and also something like JavaScript with React Native. And part of this Windows App SDK, which contains a lot of APIs, is also WinUI 3 or WinUI in general. And WinUI 3 is a decoupling of all the XAML controls and all the XAML runtimes and so on and inputs that you know from UWP. And that gets now decoupled from Windows, so you don't have to publish it through a Windows update, but you can just add it to your app using a .NET Nugget package. So that makes it, of course, easier to be compatible with different Windows versions and so on. And you also get access to latest patterns and latest functions from Microsoft, like, for example, the Fluent design pattern, which is heavily promoted in WinUI, is now all accessible. As I said, WinUI is a UI framework layer, and it can sit on top of Win32 apps, so WPF and WinForms, or on universal platform Windows platform apps, so UWP. And of course, if you want to only run on Windows and want to have really deep API access and all the Win32 access APIs, then you can just use a WPF app, for example, and run on Windows. But if you use UWP as the underlying layer, which also offers you stuff like sandboxing and all the UWP packaging goodness, then you can also distribute your app to Xbox or HoloLens or Surface Hub, and of course also Windows. So that's also great new things. So if you want to create desktop applications just for .NET, just for Windows, then WinUI is the way to go. It's currently in version 0.8, and I think not part of the default Visual Studio installing experience, but it's an extension which you can just install, and then you get templates and so on. So it's, I think, a really, really nice effort from Microsoft there. Okay. Let's drink a sip. And then we come to .NET MAUI finally. So what we saw before were all efforts to create applications for a certain platform, but with .NET MAUI we can now, of course, unify all of this into one framework, into one application, which can then run across many platforms. So as you know, I don't have to explain what .NET MAUI is. .NET MAUI is a successor or the evolution to XamL Forms, and it uses WinUI 3 and Mac Catalyst to power Windows and Mac. And as I said before, WinUI 3 is just a really nice new framework, which brings benefits of the UWP world to our new world, and Mac Catalyst just makes it easier to maintain all of that, because the .NET MAUI team just has to maintain one iOS platform or one UIKit platform. Of course, with .NET MAUI, you have shared UI with XAML and C#, But you could, of course, also just create a new project, create a shared project, and then just create a dedicated WinUI project and a dedicated Mac project, and just share your business logic and create the UI in the different projects. So that would also be possible. That would not be .NET MAUI, but just another way. .NET MAUI is also part of the .NET CLI now. You just need the workload, and we will now dive into that just as a little demo, just to show you how that looks like currently. So I'm here on my Mac, and I have a VM open at the same time. Okay, just checking that everything works. Okay. All right. So yeah, as I said, this is my VM, and I open my MAUI sample now. And what we can see is that we have our platforms as we know it, and part of these platforms is of course Windows. That was before always a different project, but now it's all part of one project which contains all platforms, which I think is really nice. And when we open this, we can see that we have a manifest and a package information like we know it from UWP, but we also have an app XAML and an app XAML code behind. And here we can see that it's a WinUI project, and it's using a WinUI application wrapped in MAUI. We can also see this when we go into the project file, that we're using the Microsoft Windows App SDK with WinUI, and that we are using .NET 6 somewhere here, yeah, .NET 6 for Windows. And if you look at the same thing on Mac, so this is now on Mac, this is Visual Studio for Mac preview. If you go in here and look at oh, it doesn't load, okay. Let's close this and do the same thing on Windows. So if we do it on Windows, it's the same project, so it's the same code. If we go in here and open our app delegate, first of all, we can now see that our app delegate is a UI application delegate, so it's a UI kit. It's the same that we have in the iOS project. So this is really similar. We even have the broken.cs and the info plist, so it's really the same, just shipped to macOS later on. And when we go to the project, we can see at the top here that we have Mac Catalyst as a target. Together with iOS, I had to remove Android here for performance reasons. But yeah, so you really have .NET 6 shipping all of that out of the box, or with the additional workloads. Okay, I will just run this now really quick, just to see that it actually works and to provoke the demo gods. Yeah, you can distribute Mac Catalyst apps outside of the App Store, but nowadays Apple added some signing stuff to Mac apps as well. So you have to instruct your users how to do it, and you have to sign it a bit, and then they have to agree to launch it. So it's, I think, not as much of a nice option as just using the Apple App Store for that. So that's my .NET MAUI sample running on Windows here. I can just click and increase it. That's just the default demo. I'm not about code here. I'm just about platforms. So yeah, it works, as you can see. I hope you know now that I'm not lying, and it really is an experience. I'm really happy about this. I'm really happy that desktop is supported by .NET MAUI, and I really hope that they are committed to this and that they will support it properly. Because I can really see myself creating desktop apps with .NET MAUI, and I hope that's a great experience in the future. Okay, there are also third-party options for that. I will show you two today. One is Avalonia UI. Avalonia UI is a community project. It's also using XAML and C#. It's also, in that case, really similar to all our known .NET UI frameworks. So it looks really similar. The interesting part about Avalonia UI is that that it draws its UI with Gear#. So it doesn't use like .NET MAUI and Xamarin native controls to create the UI, but has a UI which is drawn with Gear, similar to what Javier showed before. And it's also independent, so it's just community-driven. There's, I think, no big company behind it, but I think it's also really charming. Has, of course, also its downsides. It supports Windows and macOS. as deployment targets, and mobile support is coming, but at the moment it's perfect for desktop development. I don't have a sample here, but there is a really great control gallery sample in the apps in the Microsoft Store, where you can click a bit around and see all the layouts, and as you can see, it's looking really good. Has all the inputs that we need. So I think this is a really great option if you want to try it, and if you are into custom drawings. The next thing here that I want to show you is Uno. You probably heard of Uno platform now, and Uno platform is a different approach from, I think, Inventive. And what they do is essentially take a WinUI, and formerly UWP app, implement the whole API surface in a cross-platform way, and then you can basically run your WinUI code across all platforms. So this is really nice if you're coming from a WinUI UWP background, have your existing code base maybe, and just want to port it to macOS and Linux, for example. Then you can just take Uno, and it will most likely run across all platforms. Uno also runs on XAML and C# as WinUI does, and it really runs across all platforms. So Android, iOS is also supported Tizen and also WebAssembly, so you can run it as a website. I think that's really exciting. You have full API access since it's using Xamarin as its platform layer for macOS and iOS and Android, and it's using native controls, but they are styled like UWP controls or WinUI controls. So it's again one code base, one UI base with a similar look across all platforms. Let's take a look at Uno, just to make this a bit clearer. Sample. So again, I'm on my Windows box here, and this is the Uno sample. As you can see, you have different platforms. So mobile is what I uploaded here for performance reasons again, but Linux, WPF also, and UWP, which is I think mostly WinUI now, and also WebAssembly, so the website part. And if I select this as a launch platform now, I can launch this. But first, let's look at the shared code. So this is the shared code where you actually implement your code and your UI. Looks really similar to WPF, to XamL Forms, to .NET It's always the same stuff, I think, at least from a programming standpoint. Here you have the main page. And the great thing is that since this is so similar to WinUI and it's using the same things, you have features like normally you have features like the editor, for example, that you can just use editor to create your UI. You can use the toolbox, for example. So everything, all the great Visual Studio support for WinUI for UWP works with Uno. I think that makes it really, really great. Let's launch this as well. This will be a bit of a simpler sample because we just have a slider and a text box. But just to show you how that works and how it works. I hope it works. Unfortunately, I don't have a demo of Avonia available today. I would also be a bit tight on the time schedule. So this is the Uno sample. It's really simple, but as you can see, it's a nice looking UI, just with the WinUI style. And the interesting part, let's see if I can launch this at the same time, is that you can launch the same thing also in the browser. So if you say, okay, I don't want to ship a whole MSI file with an installer attached, or want to distribute it through the App Store, I can run the same thing. Can I do this? Should be possible. I can run the same thing just as a website, just serve it, and then I can also deliver it on that way. I will get a bit more into detail into WebAssembly later. Just want to show this now. So this will, of course, compile it and also run up a little Kestrel server on my PC now to host the files. I think later on you can just use a file server, basically. Okay. So if we now load this page, it will load all the files. And if I hold this side by side now, you can see that this is the native UWP desktop app, and this is a website app, and it's really similar. So just that this is native control and this is HTML. So I think it's really great to have this flexibility. Okay, let's close this all again. Otherwise, I think my PC will just burn. Okay, and continue, because time is always a limited resource. Okay, so now we looked at the traditional, just create an app with your frameworks and then just distribute it as a package. So that's what we knew before. That was already available until now. But there are new things which I'm really excited about, which we can use in the future. And one of the things that we have to know for that is WebAssembly, which is also something which is rather new. And WebAssembly is a technology or a standard which is basically deploying assembly or WebAssembly files to the web. So it's an alternative to the JavaScript engine in modern browsers, just that you can then run WebAssembly code or WebAssembly binaries. And that has some benefits. For example, it's really fast, it's really performative. It's supported by all browsers vendors by now, I think, also on mobile and desktop. So there's no issue in like distribution options. And the great thing is that you can compile .NET or the .NET runtime into WebAssembly and then ship .NET in your browser. And I think that's a really great thing, that you can now basically create C# code that runs natively in the browser. You don't have to like transcompile code from C# to JavaScript. You don't have to like do any server-side rendering. You can just create code that runs natively in the browser, which I think opens up many possibilities. And the one you should probably have heard by now is Blazor. So Blazor is, I think, one of the latest .NET client-side frameworks, which you can use to run client-side code in the browser. And this makes then use of WebAssembly to run the code in the end. And it looks a lot of, so if you look at the code, it looks really like a Razor project, just that the code won't be executed on the server side and then be pre-rendered, but it will just run on the client. It's also available through the CLI, but let's look at it in person and then explore a bit how this looks like. I will do this on my Mac now in Visual Studio Code. I have it open at the moment. Yeah. So this is my Blazor project. By the way, this is a whole sample project which contains all the samples and which I will upload afterwards. So if we go into Blazor PVA or into this Blazor file, we can see, okay, we have a program CS. It's a CS project. It's really a normal .NET project, but we have pages which are written in HTML and in this Razor syntax, and then we can just use inline C# code, and it will all get pushed to the client later on and then executed there. So I think that's really interesting that you can now finally create really natively running C# code and don't need stuff like Silverlight for that or something. So I'm really happy about that. If you run this, I'm always a bit amazed that you can actually see DLL files loaded by the browser. So let's do that here. And look at the sample. I will open the HTTP. As a screen. So yeah. So this is a sample, and if I go to my network, first I have to clear my website data. Okay. And if I now go to my network tab and then reload this page, we can really see all the DLL files getting loaded in. They get cached afterwards, so that's why I had to clear all the data. But it's really interesting that you really have a native .NET experience in your browser on your client, which I think is really, really new and really great. Yeah, as I said, the next time it's loaded, it will only load. Let's clear it. It will only load the necessary files and not all of the DLLs. But yeah, I think this is a really nice approach to do development. Again, since this is .NET, we will do a counter. So yeah, it works. And I think websites are a great way that when you can't distribute your application as a real desktop application, as a native application, just use a website. It's really similar in terms of ergonomics and inputs, and also has API access. You can access all the APIs which the browser will ask you to. Oh, this was the wrong tab. So we'll have access to many APIs like for example microphone and camera, or also file access and so on. So you really have many options, just not all options, to access the whole platform natively with all the hidden APIs and so on. So a website might be a good option, and with Blazor you have a great option in C#. Okay. Now if I go back to my presentation, there's one more thing which I think is also really exciting about the whole Blazor and website stuff, and that's that you can create progressive web apps from it. So progressive web app, or a PWA, is basically an installable website. So you can add some magic files to your website, to any website really. It doesn't have to be Angular or Blazor or anything of that. You just add some manifest files to define how your app should look like on the desktop later on. And then you can add stuff like offline capabilities. Again, of course, access all the browser APIs. And then you will get an option to install the app as an application on your desktop. And that makes this whole website experience a bit more native. Great examples for PWAs are, for example, Twitter and the Outlook app, which you can just install from the browser into your desktop environment, and then have a really nice experience which you can just launch from your application drawer. And Uno and Blazor support this, of course, since they're also websites, and they also support this with CLI commands. So you can just create a new Blazor WebAssembly application with PWA support out of the box really easily. You might have noticed that my project is already called Blazor PWA. So this already contains all the files. It was created with this command I just showed. And what we have now is, for example, this manifest file, which defines our icon later on and our colors, for example. And we have a service worker. And the service worker is a new feature, is a new web feature, which lets us cache files, which gives us this offline capability, and also allows for push messages to be retrieved. So you can really have a really nice and near native experience with your website. So if we go back to our sample here, we can see at the top right that you have this little plus symbol here that says that I can install this app as a website, this website as an app. So if I say okay, install, it will install it, and also straight away open it again. So this is now my application standalone. I can launch it from my app drawer. So if I say Blazor PWA, launch it. It's really a native look and feel, but in this case, I really can have it, and I think most normal users won't even notice that it's a website, have it as a desktop experience. Yeah, you can also debug it and go into it, so it's really still a web experience, and it's running in the engine, in the browser engine which you use to install it. But yeah, I think it's a really nice option, or a really nice middle way between desktop app and website. Okay. But there's more. So of course, we don't have full access to the API now. It's unlimited at this point, and we can't ship this PWA as a native application, and we can't have it as an installer available on the website. So something really popular that we can do now is using Electron. And Electron is a JavaScript or TypeScript framework which you can use to wrap your websites into a container, and then this container can be shipped as a desktop application, and then you have your app available as a desktop app. Electron is really popular. Many great apps are built using Electron, and since Electron is then running natively, you can also add a bridge from the website to your native API, and you can then access all the APIs and not just the browser APIs. So the browser rendering engine is only used to render your HTML and run the JavaScript code in the website, but you can really add all native code to your Electron app and really access everything through plugins. So that's, I think, a really nice way to bring your JavaScript apps to the native desktop world. Now, of course, Electron is a bit loved and hated. You have the issue of burning PCs, of freezing PCs, because browser engines like to eat up all your RAM and all your CPU power. And when you create everything in Electron, you get to the point where you have a bit of an issue. I think this is a bit of an overstatement. I think electron apps are really great and have really a really big benefit. But just I think this is a common joke about that. So it would be great to do the same with our Blazor site, right? It would be great that we can then now create a website with Blazor, with HTML, which offers many great UI ways to implement stuff. Maybe it's a bit more flexible compared to XAML and C#. And the great thing is that we can do it now. We can basically wrap our Blazor apps as a native app. Interestingly enough, I was doing this same talk or a similar talk 1.5 years ago. And at this point, all of what I will show you now was just like experimental and really in early preview, or just available as like private dev blogs of Microsoft devs. So it was all just an idea, and now it's really great to see this all coming to life and really be usable in the future. And one of the things, and what I'm most excited about is Blazor Desktop, or basically the Blazor Web View. And the Blazor Web View is a new control which is available for WPF and WinForms, WinUI, but also for .NET-MAUI. So what Blazor Web View does is basically add the option to wrap your Blazor app inside of your desktop application. And that offers many great possibilities. For example, first of all, of course, we can just distribute our Blazor website as a desktop application. And just wrap it, ship it, also add a bridge to native APIs, so we can then access the whole API surface of the platform. So we have no limits anymore. It's all available. And the great thing as well is that we can mix and match native elements. We can, for example, take an existing legacy WPF application with our legacy and existing UI controls. And if you want to have, for example, a new site which we want to create with new and modern HTML elements, we can then just add a Blazor site for this one page or this one control, and then mix it together and have one unified experience, but can use modern tools and also maybe migrate to a full Blazor or to a full HTML experience in the future. Additionally, Blazor Web View is using the .NET runtime directly, which is shipped with your application. So if, for example, you ship your WPF app with .NET 6, the Blazor website will also use this runtime and not like a WebAssembly runtime. So it's also really fast. It doesn't add too much weight to your application. It's also available from your .NET CLI. Today we will look at the MAUI, at the .NET MAUI way to do this. So we can just run this with the .NET new MAUI Blazor command. And what you will get then is something like this. So this is a MAUI Blazor application. And if you look at it, it looks basically like you would wrap together, if you would merge together a MAUI application and a Blazor application. So it's just both of them combined together. And that's basically what it is. So we have our root file, we have our pages here with our Razor pages. So this is our Razor stuff. And then that's the magic. We have a main page, and there we have this Blazor Web View control. And this references our index page of the Blazor site. And then we have inside of our content page grid a Blazor Web View, which we can just run and have available. And the great thing is that this also has access to our whole site. So I, for example, have in my startup code, where is it? Oh no, in my app code. Sorry, I have an app state defined. So this is my app state, which I now have, which has a counter which I can increment and then fires an event to change the value in the view. And I can access this counter from my Blazor counter page. So I can really mix and match all the code together, have access to the whole context. So if I run this now, so this is now a .NET MAUI application, but inside is a Blazor page. I have my counter, and my counter is using my app set, which I just showed. So we really have an Electron-like experience just with .NET MAUI, and I think this is really interesting and opens up many possibilities. I think it's even a bit funny. And yes, you can also like debug it with your dev tools. So you can have your dev tools in your .NET MAUI application, then inspect your elements. So I think this is really great. And I think it really makes sense to use HTML as your UI layer, since it's so powerful and maybe more powerful and flexible compared to XAML. So this is a really great way. But as I said, more interestingly, you can also mix this. So if I go back here, and what I will do now is basically take the code from my MAUI sample and just put it in here together with my web page. So I have here my web view, and now I will just take my code from my MAUI example. Where's my mouse there? This is the MAUI example with this little bot who's waving at us and with the counter. And additionally, I have a grid with 2 columns. And yeah, and both of these controls are now part of one application, are shared. And additionally, this button, which will increase the click amount, will I also have to add the code behind code. Oop. So that's the code behind. This is similar code behind code to the demo from MAUI. So this will also access the app state. So both my Blazor app through Razor and my MAUI app through the normal code behind code will now access my app state and will both increase the counter. So I really have unified experience here. And of course, you can do stuff like MVVM and so on and create services which are shared. And then you can call the services and have a really nice app state or something like a reactive pattern or something. But the point is you can share all of it and you are really in one unified solution. And when I run this now, I will launch my Visual Studio on Mac at the same time. So if I run this now, I now have my .NET desktop application wrapped in UWP running with .NET MAUI and having on the left side my .NET MAUI controls, which of course use native controls in the end. And on the right side, I have my Blazor page, which is using HTML. And if I go on both pages to my counter now and increase it on one page, then it will also increase on the other page, so you can really share data and also, for example, access APIs from the Blazor page now. And I think that's really interesting and opens many possibilities. I repeat myself, but I'm really happy about that about this option now, and I think it will help bring many legacy apps to the future. So I think really great that this is now coming and will be part of .NET 6 or .NET MAUI. I don't know exactly when it will be released or when it's finished or if it's finished. Information are a bit rare, but just to see this is really good. Okay, we can do the same thing, by the way, on Mac, if it works now. Yeah. So with the Studio Preview for Mac, let's open this up. I have a bit of time left, so that's good. Yeah, so this is the same code, just on my Mac now, and not in the VM. And here again, we have the Blazor web view and our normal view and the code behind that I showed you before. And if I launch this now and it doesn't complain too much, ooh, something's red. Yeah, and that's the same thing, just this time in a Mac Catalyst application, basically. So the same thing, just on Mac, and it works. So really, now there are many options to create .NET desktop applications with .NET MAUI or other options. So I think that's really great. I saw one question in the chat asking if I can use MAUI with Blazor web view in production and without other features of MAUI. So first of all, of course, you can use Blazor web view without MAUI, just using it in a WPF project, for example, or in a Mac Catalyst project, for example, or in a WinForms project. That's possible, so you don't need MAUI with it together. But I think it's not released yet for as stable release. I think it's just part of .NET 6, which is currently in preview, and I'm not sure if it will be part of .NET 6 or if it will be part of .NET MAUI. So will be released later this year. not too much information on me here, but there will be a talk later by David Ortino from Microsoft who will maybe discuss this a bit more and can answer that. So maybe ask again there, because he should know. Okay. Now we discussed many options, and I think, oh, please don't build again. Thank you. Yeah, so many options that we have. I think many new options, many exciting options, but maybe a bit too much. So as the last thing, I want to give you a bit of a decision helper, because there are so many things that you can do, and the question is, what should I do now? So if you are a C# developer and you want to build a desktop application, or you have a team of C# developers and want to create a desktop application, what should you use? The first question would be, what's your platform? So if you want to develop only for macOS, just use .NET macOS or .NET macOS Catalyst, for example. That's a really nice way. Just use your full API access, full native control. So that's, I think one great way. The same goes for Windows. If you want to create a Windows app, just use WinUI 3. Best way to go here. Of course, if you want to go multi-platform or cross-platform, then the question is, which UI technology do you want to use? One option, of course, is HTML, which I think, as I said before, is really great and powerful language with many great frameworks for it. So then the question is just, do I want to access my platform API natively, or is it enough to just use browser features, for example, like file access, camera access, audio access, GPS access? If that's enough, I can just go with Blazor PWA, and I have a really nice website with a really nice native experience. And if I really want to have full native access, I can go with Blazor with MAUI Blazor, or just a Blazor web view. That's also great, I think. And if you want to go with XAML and C# and your known .NET experience, basically, you can either create a shared UI, so create one UI implementation which is used across multiple platforms, and then you can go with .NET MAUI, Uno, or Avalonia, or you could say, okay, I want to create dedicated UIs for all platforms, but just want to share my business logic, and then you can go for multiple implementations and implement one UI for macOS, one for WinUI, and just share your business code. And I think that's so a bit of the decision chart which I would choose if I had to decide. If I had to say that, of course, it's always a question of budget and other requests, performance, and so on. But I think this is just in general what I would use when I had to decide what to use for a new project. Yeah, so that's for me. Yeah, all charts will be available later on this link, and also on the XamExpertDay GitHub page, together with the slides. Thanks so much for coming and listening to me for the last 45 minutes. Yeah, are there any questions left or anything left which I have to say something about?
I think you addressed them all. Thank you so much, Konrad. It was a bit of mind-blowing to have all these options, and then in the end you integrated it all.
Yeah.
So thank you for that decision graph, because and even some of them point to, like, if you want this, you can use these three. So we did another decision graph for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I will definitely share this after the talk as well, just on Twitter or something, just to have this graph available, because I think this is really the biggest value of this whole talk, having this graph and an overview about the options. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I didn't cut you off, because we're a little bit over, but there's nobody after you in this track.
Yeah.
Louis has started his talk in track 1, so if you want to head over there, you can rewind a little bit maybe and speed up, so maybe you can catch up to real time again. So thank you so much, Konrad, and maybe you can stick around in the chat to see if there are still questions left.
We'll definitely do. Yeah. Thanks so much for having me, and thanks for organizing, Kerry, as always.
You're welcome.
Good.
Bye-bye.
Then, bye everyone.
And we're back on track number 2. Welcome back. I hope you had fun on the other track while we had a break here. But we've got another talk coming up now. We're going to talk about porting your WPF app to MAUI. And for this, we have Daniele Fontani and Andrea Marcelli from Italy. And hi, hello. You're both on the same camera, but we can only see one of you.
Sure, yeah, sure. Hello there. Hello, Kari. Thank you for having us.
Yes, I'm not going to talk so much because I can hear myself in your speaker, but I will hand over to you and start sharing your screen. So have fun and talk to you in 45 minutes. If you want to, you can look at the questions in the chat. That might be easier for you if you're 2 people, or we can also do the questions afterwards.
Perfect.
All right. Enjoy.
Hello, I'm Daniele Fontani. Here with me there is Andrea Marcelli. We are today talking about how to port WPF application to MAUI. Of course, MAUI is a young framework, but of course we will need to do that in our real business case application. So we are from Italy, as like Carrie already told, and we work in Senior Consulting, and we spend a lot of time working on .NET and WPF technologies. We are all today for talking about the porting of a WPF application, of course. We will start describing the use case. Of course, we cannot port a real business application, but we find a simple application, a toy application that we ported on MAUI, and that was very, very useful for learning what was the complexity, of course, and all the problems that come out while doing such kind of activities. So, what was the application? The application, as I told, is a toy application. Is one of my open source projects, and it was the right candidate because it wasn't something that had made to be fired or to lose our job for something that went wrong. So we started from this application, safe application, simple WPF project. But what do this application? It's a simple tool that want to resolve some problems, some issues on the application development. I'm talking not about native application development, but the web application development. As we know, the JavaScript is a good way for implementing an application, but is limited. It's limited because the browser supports only few things, and we cannot have all the opportunity of a native application. Think about reading files or understanding who is the user that is logged in. So our idea is to solve this problem. And of course, there are solutions yet in the market like Electron that let you take a single page application with React or Vue.js or something like that and embed it in an Electron app. But this solution for us doesn't resolve the problem of build the application, deliver updates, or creating many US-based version of the application. So, from my point of view, doing that is useful for who is a web developer because it's comfortable to work with the same tool, but we lose most of the advantages of having a web app. So the idea that I had is, why don't we create a safe application that's basically a web server that stay on the local machine of the people and expose APIs. So in that way, your web application through the browser can access it via API anything you have in the PC. So of course, the answer to this is that That's probably not safe. It's not what browser is intended for, and probably is not a good idea. But it seems too nice to do it, and we adore that. So we have this WPF application that implement a simple architecture where you have the browser. In the browser, there is a single page application developed by every web developer. Web developer integrate through API to our client that receives on the local machine and exposes API. So, like happens in your phone when you accept the permission for giving the opportunity to an application of using camera or something like that, the web application asks for permission and the user accepts it. And then the web application, the website can read files or delete files or doing things in the local PC. So that was the application, and that application was implemented in a very, very simple way and has four main features. So an UI that let you see what are the settings you have in your configuration. An API server that exposes API, like reading the file system or creating user or something like that. And you have also an authentication system for making the things a little bit secure and safe. And it is also extensible. So this is the application, and we needed to take it and port to MAUI. Why this? Because in our mind, it would be great to have it on any possible device. Of course, we will discover that there are some limitations on the concept that all possible. But what we will do is to port this on all operating system, and most important, play with MAUI and make a port from WPF to MAUI, because we think, of course, that will be essential for most of applications that are made with WPF to join this new framework and unlock all the opportunities and capabilities that this framework give us. So now it's time to give space to Andrea, that will introduce the most important highlight of MAUI and will explain what we have done and which point are important to remember doing a porting like this one. So, okay.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Andrea, and very much like Daniele, I come from Italy. I've been working with him for the last 4 years and mostly doing VPF development. And it's been quite a journey, I tell you. The first, before going into any further details about the porting, I'd like to show you some of the main points about MAUI. You may already heard some of them, but it's quite a new environment, so it's always better to refresh them. So, as you may have heard, MAUI is a totally brand new framework. It's multi-platform app oriented, and it's been made from the ground up in order to optimize what was already present at the time of XamExpertDay forms, which is actually still right now. So if you are developing multi-platform applications, at the moment you are still using XamExpertDay forms, but MAUI is really just around the corner. So if I'm not mistaken, it should be out in November 2021, so it's quite soon. And the advantages you have over the older framework is, of course, you have UI controls, which are built from the ground up and with optimization in mind. And also you might find that it is completely combinable with other .NET ecosystem members, such as, for example, Blazor, that will actually allow you to create sorts of hybrid apps, and that's a very interesting concept. So moving on, as I was mentioning, MAUI is coming from XamExpertDay forms as an evolution of the latter. And its main strengths are based on some good selling points, I'd like to say. And first of all, I'd like to mention the fact that as opposed to what we have seen in some forms, MAUI employs a single development project experience. That is to say, you have, of course, different platforms that you are probably addressing. And these different platforms used to have their own resources folders as well as their own projects inside the XamExpertDay solution. This is no longer true for MAUI. We have just one project, and this, of course, helps us avoid code duplication. It provides for a better code reusability, and that's of course one of the main selling points. Of course, we also have more compatibility with modern features, such as, for example, hot reload, which is just now being introduced, and that helps you make code changes on the fly. And on the one hand, we have MAUI, which is totally compatible with this one, while XamExpertDay seems to be still a little bit lagging behind. It's only XAML compatible with hot reload. And these are, of course, the main points. You can also read some more facts on the internet. There is a very good interview online, which I will link later. So moving on to the porting, I will mostly be technical about this, of course, as the porting is of a VPF application. Many difficulties are to be expected, and we will see later what I'm referring to. And it's of course listed in the following slides. So we are going to talk about the project scope. Again, started with MAUI, the very first steps, and how the development environment is set up, the project structure, and some of the most important aspects of the project, with which it wouldn't function without. So a little bit about myself. So I'm a VPF developer, as already said. So my background is totally grounded with that technology. I've been working with it for the last 4 years, and I've become quite adept at it. But I never tried any other framework, any other more modern framework. And this, of course, is very limiting. And this is what prompted me to try and do this sport in the very first place. So what this presentation actually aims at is introducing MAUI to someone who is grounded in the past mostly and working with VPF and such technologies, which are now becoming more and more obsolete. When you're getting started with MAUI, the first thing you might notice is that there aren't really many resources online as of yet. Of course, we are talking about cutting-edge technology here, which is a very new framework, and I've been programming with it by using the earlier preview and not the release candidate. And there isn't really much to be found online, just the official documentation and, of course, the GitHub page. And before getting started with it, of course, you have to set up the proper minimum requirements. There are just a few of them, but for example, you have to develop using Microsoft Visual Studio 2022 preview or later versions, which is to say up until version 4. And otherwise, you won't be able to actually program any .NET application. And in order to search for anything, any actual doubts that you might have while developing, you can always check for XamExpertDay forms resources that are quite extensively covering any doubts you might have regarding MAUI. But when first setting up your development environment, you can go through various routes. Of course, you can install all manually by simply downloading everything you need, or you can rely on the comfortable tool that we have at our disposal, which is called MAUI check. So this tool is responsible for checking the environment and making sure that everything is up to date and properly set up in order for you to program your .NET application. It's very simple two-step way. So first you install it, and then you simply run it, and it's an interactive tool. You go along with it and eventually say yes to everything it's asking. So this is an example of what the tool does for you. In this example, it was detecting that some of the workloads were not either installed or up to date. And as you can see, this current screenshot is showing a Windows-based OS, and that's no mistake. I just want to show you that, of course, it's a multi-platform environment.
Sorry to interrupt. We're hearing very loud clicking and typing sounds. Would it be because it must be very close to the microphone? Maybe.
Okay.
Would be possible to stop that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No problem. All right, so it's done. So setting up the development environment, we've had some initial issues, which were probably due to the fact that we started back in August, I'd say, and we were not even in a release candidate state with the MAUI. So what I found was that we didn't have really any project templates for creating the projects or pages templates, and this was already brought to the attention of developers, and I think that's already been solved later on in the development phase. And while I was developing it, however, the problem was still on, so I had to find some different ways of solving it. Of course, you can always go the command line route and simply create a new MAUI application by using the following line of code. Or maybe you can rely on the wonderful .NET community and install a Visual Studio extension, which simply added what was missing. And as I was saying, I had found out that starting from Visual Studio 2022 preview version 3, project templates and pages templates are now finally available. So this problem should no longer hold, but I like to mention it because I encountered it while developing, and of course during the development time and the presentation times, things have moved quite fast. So some things have changed just a little bit, but just enough to make them a little bit obsolete already. So as I mentioned before, one of the main selling points of the framework is, of course, the fact that we have a simpler and more optimized solution. For example, here on the left, you see a typical XamExpertDay solution displaying all of the different projects, while on the right, you have the .NET version of it. At this point in time, we still had the double projects, which means one of them was for the Windows application, and the other was for all of the other platforms. However, this thing is now completely a one project solution, as mentioned by the .NET community, and this slide has become obsolete already. So sorry about that. And when starting with the project, we can go two different routes with the UI. Basically, we have the old MVVM way of developing our projects, which is something we are all familiar with. And as a VBF developer, I always use MVVM. And it was first introduced in 2005, so it's been almost 2 decades, in a blog post by John Gossman. And as I mentioned in the slide, it's really never going out of style. But as time passes, we found out we had maybe different needs or want to try something new. So the .NET MAUI framework is now introducing MVU, which is the new kid in town, and it's has its origin in the functional programming language Helm, and it's and both of them actually can be used to create your .MAUI application, delivering the same native applications, performances, and platform fidelity. You can choose either of them, or maybe even try and mix them. So this is a slide containing a small code snippet exemplifying what you can do with NVU. And its style is mostly Fluent, so it enables you to write fluent C# UIs, and it promotes simple one-way flow of data and state management. It's basically code first, and this really helps you being very fast in updating your UI. And it also combines quite well with the hot reload just introduced by the community. This is very, very interesting indeed. But for our projects, we went the safer route, as my background suggested, and transitioning from the older framework to the newer one, I suggest everyone to take this approach. For there are many things that you might discover while developing an OpenMAUI application and making the jump from a very older framework. And of course, if you are trying every single new thing that you can find in the framework, you are going to end up with a big headache. So I like to play it safe and to maybe use MVVM as first approach for structuring this port. Of course, as MVVM goes, we've got pages, which are basically our views, and view models, which are supplying the pages with the business logic. And I'd like to spend a little time on the binding context. Of course, if you are new to the BPF or either MAUI world, you are not aware of what that is. I would like to spend a few minutes on it. It's basically what binds the view and the view model together. So its main objective is that of linking these two parts so that the application and the user interactions are actually tied to some actions or logic displayed and contained by the view model. We have, however, two situations regarding this binding context. We might face two scenarios. So the first one is when binding with a parameterless or maybe primitive parameters only view model, we will be able to use a quite simplistic approach. We are linking the two of them together, which is shown in the code snippet on the right, and we can do it and play it safely. But on the other hand, if you have maybe a more complex model requiring, for example, dependency injection and such, we are going to need different things, which simply are not available as of yet in .MAUI, for they are often linked with more complex dependency injection framework, which as of now are not yet compatible with the newer framework. And of course, when binding a view with a view model which displays complex parameters or dependency injections, you need view model locators for matching the view with the view model. And as I was mentioning, dependency injection per se, which is an important part. And there is, as I was mentioning, no compatibility with current more popular frameworks, such as, for example, AutoFac or the likes. But however, the community is always one step ahead, and it's providing us with tools and libraries which can help us already getting on track with these missing points. We have, for example, this little plugin which helps us setting up the view model locator parts in a very simple way without much need to rely on any dependency injection framework. And talking about dependency injection, one of the main strengths of modern frameworks resides, of course, in their use of modern programming concepts, such as, for example, dependency injection itself. .MAUI has a default dependency injection system that, much as everything else, is configured at startup time. So, in this little snippet, we are seeing that we are building up our .MAUI application and starting out to configure some services as singleton, adding them to the service to dependency injection container. So, as I was mentioning before, some of these code snippets have already become obsolete, and this is one of them, because in the latest release candidate, which is very recent, up to I think 15 days ago, there were some breaking changes, and this kind of fluent writing is no longer supported. We have direct access now to the service collection of the app builder, so there is no need to actually address it in such way. And many things have changed between releases, so it's always a problem when you are developing and making screenshots such as this. So moving on, of course, we have to address also the issue of navigation. When I was developing the porting, I noticed that navigation seems to be available through the code behind only. So this is, of course, not such a big issue, but it's not very MVVM compliant. And I'm not sure it's either very elegant or maintainable. So when I saw this, I wanted to move away from it and maybe provide a different way of navigating between pages in the application. And we can of course do this by use of services. So since we have dependency injection and services, it's quite easy to create one. And to implement a navigation system for your app, you simply have to maybe create something like this along the lines of the interface shown in the picture. And for example, this navigation service will be maintaining an internal stack of navigation pages, which are basically your pages. And by use of those, you will be able to access the navigate APIs and to move backwards and forwards with respect to the application pages stack. And this is a better way with respect to the one currently being supported by default, because it decouples the view from the logic. And it simply works by initial configuration when you specify a keyword attached to a certain page. And by using set keywords, you can then move either backwards or forward, or even pop up a model. And this is probably the more correct approach with respect to the navigation part. And moving on from more technical aspects, I'd like to talk a little bit about pitfalls I encountered when developing. These are mostly due to the fact that I, of course, moved from VPF to a totally more modern framework. But I'd like to mention them because the .MAUI initiated by my also encountered them. And I'd like to start with something that really I didn't grasp at first, but it's a very useful concept. So it's the concept of compiled bindings. So for everyone who's just not used to compiled bindings, they are quite easy to be mistaken for an innocent compile time check by the compiler, but they are much more than that. In fact, they can totally hinder your compile, your application compile, and they serve the purpose of simply instructing the compiler of what the UI control is actually referring to when addressing a certain model property or class. So they're basically saying the compiler that, for example, a list view is actually referring to a certain type of collection. And if the data template is not referring to a property which is belonging to said model class, the compiler will then throw an error and will not allow you to compile the application per se. So they are much quicker than normal bindings, and they are actually a suggested way of binding your code. The only problem with that is that, of course, if you are binding the root tag of your application with a certain model, you have to be aware of what's coming next because they actually are inherited between different controls. So maybe you are, for example, defining that a certain content page is referring to a certain view model, and that view model is, of course, containing the application logic, the page logic. But then later in the code, you are maybe addressing a collection of some sort, which is a totally different model, and you forget about the fact to specify the set binding with a different model. The compiler will then throw an error, which is not quite clear, I like to say, and you will spend probably the next 30 minutes wondering what you did wrong. This is what actually happened to me. It's a true story. And so compiled bindings are such that your code will not compile, as I was saying, if the binding is not properly specified between the UI control you're using and the corresponding model. And this, of course, is very useful because it prevents the application from throwing any runtime error. This is something that I have had to struggle with during my VPF developer career, and I still struggle with. And so this is very, very useful, but it is not a very bright idea to do it at the root of your page. So, for example, in this case, I was trying to address a list view item, and I forgot about the fact that I set up earlier before a compiled binding, and the application was throwing errors. So, the solution to this is very, very simple. You have to basically define what you are binding to, and each and every step you are doing so. So in this case, we've got a list view item template. We are defining the template anew, and the data template is now pointing to the right type, which is basically the item source, the related item source type. And this solved all of my problems, but that was not quite easy to get to, as I was, coming from a VPF background, as I already mentioned quite a few times. So, moving to the next issue, we have that, of course, being in a early development stage, not many controls are available as of yet. We are moving quite fast, actually, because when I was starting out with the porting, there was no tabbed page. I actually needed it, but I had to move to a different UI control. No problem at all, of course, but we were still in early stages. And as you can see right here, some of the things shown in the second image are still not quite there yet, but they are getting there. And I saw a huge jump in development in the last month. So lots of things have been covered. And of course, as I was mentioning, you are not expected to find everything that you're used to when moving from a different framework to the other. but maybe it's because we are still in early development stage. And of course, the most important parts are all there. So you can always try and use a different control. This is, of course, another issue. I know it's getting quite common to be talking about issues in the presentation, but moving from a VPF application to a .MAUI was not quite as straightforward as one might think. And of course, we had to take into consideration the fact that the project structure was including, for example, a ASP.NET Core server to the solution. And this posed the question of compatibility. For example, our porting, as I was saying, required the use of ASP.NET Core, but the APIs themselves were not compatible with either iOS or Mac Catalyst. And we struggled with that a little bit, of course, as it usually goes. And we found out that one can simply bypass this problem by using compile time switches, which basically get rid of these errors and allow you to run your application basically on Windows, but they still make it compile. This is, of course, a limitation for with respect to our porting, but it's one of the things that we choose to do in order for the application to actually be executable and compile. So this was the last slide about issues, but this was not the last issue we experienced. So before moving out to the demo, I'd like to talk about some of the problems we've had just recently. So during the last night, we had a very rough debug session because it's basically my fault. I had the very smart idea of updating the framework to the latest version. And I went from the preview version of .MAUI, jumping right from that to the latest release candidate. And that introduced some breaking changes, and it was a struggle, let me tell you that. And we struggled with it till midnight. And so the final, let's say, final product we have today is resembling what we had before, but it's kind of fixed with respect to what we wanted to show you. So please be kind and gentle, because the UI has totally gone bonkers. It's just basically displaying the main functionalities which we were expecting. So I'd like to ask you for a little bit of kindness. And we'll move on to the small demo right now. So as I was saying before, the application is totally naked. We just have basically buttons and a small list view here showing up the different apps. And it didn't used to be like this. We've had, for example, right here a small navigation bar, and well, the graphics, I like to say, it has seen better days. But in order to show its functionalities, we can go with a simple REST call. And this is a GET, actually a post request that allows the web server running in the application to actually register a request by a certain app, which would like to access the following system APIs. So, for example, we'd like to read a certain file or maybe perform some other operations. This will reach the web server running behind and request the user for registering and allowing the application to access such capabilities. So, for example, by running this, we are getting this small permission request message right here, which will basically instruct the user that said application will try to access these functionalities. Of course, the user can simply go ahead and cancel the request. Nothing will change here. Or maybe we can go ahead and grant the permission to the application if we are pretty confident that this is, of course, not a malicious attempt by any user to steal our data or the such. And by doing so, we are allowing the application to be added to the list of the safe applications and to use all of the capabilities it might need. So I have prepared just a small request, but I don't think you can reach the file. So this is just to show you what the API looks like. Basically, once you have granted the application access, it can use several APIs, and it can, for example, be able to read a certain file from the desktop area, and this file will then be converted to a base 64 content and be returned back to the caller. So this is all of the demo we had for the moment. There was some other views and windows we could show you, but the navigation system we set up has totally gone away, so there is basically no way of reaching them as of now. And this being said, I'd like to be moving on to the conclusion part. And of course, this is basically what we made. And getting from the VPF application to the MAUI one was quite a journey. And the most difficult part was trying to accommodate the API project needs, for they weren't really compatible with the APIs, as we were mentioning before. And of course, we have had issues when finding the right controls to use. We didn't have any perfect 100% substitute for each of them, but we made do with what we had. And of course, the original application displayed a very useful feature, which was that the message box displayed earlier, the prompt, was actually a blocking one. In this case, however, we've had a in-view message prompt, which is not blocking the user, so it's quite different with respect to what we were going for. It's not really alerting the user as much as in the original, as it did in the original application, and we'd like to maybe find an alternative to this. For the moment, we are just stuck with the default .MAUI one, which is showing inside the window. And of course, we've had some issues with the view model and dependency injection part, which is not quite yet mature, and it will probably be fixed later. So what's next? Well, of course, I'd like to be able to restore the previous layout we've had since earlier this day, and of course make it work whole platform-wise, and maybe wait for official .MAUI releases. You know, it's quite early to be developing at this stage. This is just a proof of concept, of course, but it felt quite early to be jumping right into it. And maybe it's for you that you are starting out, it's better to wait for the official release before jumping right into it, because changes are happening quite fast, and it's probably better for you to wait. And the last point, it's totally a wish I have, and I hope I can move on from VPF and finally go to a different, more modern framework. And that will be all, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights. WPF is still out there. I know even WinForms is still there.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, but I hope that this is a solution for people who feel like they're in a technological dead end. And it's also great that you can, I mean, WPF was just one platform, and this is a way to reach more users. So that's always a good thing. Yeah. So There were no questions, so we're going to head into the lunch break.
Yeah.
After the lunch break, we're going to move across the Atlantic to the next up on this track, Charlin Agramonte and Rendy Del Rosario. They will be talking about UX and Xamarin Forms apps. And I'm very excited to see what they will tell us. This will be in 1 hour from now, exactly 1 hour, whatever your local time is. It's 14:15 in Europe, and it will be 8:15 on the East Coast of the US. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
And welcome back. We are in the second half of our talk, and we are moving across the Atlantic, well, almost to an island in the Atlantic, to the Dominican Republic, and welcoming Charlin and Rendy. Hello, you're still muted.
Okay, now you can hear us.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Thank you for getting up so early. So we had all the European speakers in the morning, plus Alan, who got up really early. And now it's time for the later time zones, or where it's still earlier. And today you will be talking about UX and UX of Xamarin Forms apps. And we're very excited to have you here. And I'm going to start sharing your screen soon. So thank you, and just you can get started.
Okay, thank
perfect.
you so much.
So let me put it in the right screen. Let me add a time check. So hello, everyone. Welcome to this talk about improving the UX of our Xamarin Forms application. We are Charlin and Rendy, and we are super excited to be here today. How are you today, Rendy?
I'm feeling pretty good, pretty excited about the content we are going to share today, because it's something that you can actually apply to any application. It doesn't matter if it was developed necessarily in Xamarin Forms, are general mobile concepts that you can do in any mobile app. But our focus for this and our examples will be in Xamarin Forms. But this is something that is useful for any mobile application.
Yeah, so first of all, let's introduce ourselves. So as I said, we are Charlin and Rendy. We are from the Dominican Republic.
Right.
We are Microsoft MVP. We are co-organizers of the community.NET Dominicana. And we are also writers. We have we write articles in our blogs, XamGirl and XamBoy.
Right.
So first, what is user experience? So user experience is a process design teams use to create products that provide meaningful and relevant experience to users. So basically, when we talk about UI, we are talking about how a product looks, how an application looks. When we are talking about UX, we are talking about how we can use the app and what experience we can provide to the user. This is why we divided the presentation in different subtopics that we are going to cover. So we are going to give you some tips about how you can add and improve your splash onboarding, login register forms, profile contact, loading, internet connection, and general. So let's start with the first one, Rendy.
Yeah, so as a first thing, I think this is kind of the first impression you get of any app. Having a splash screen is really important because it's kind of the first look of an app when you load it. So it's really important that we give our users the best impression possible. For example, if we see a blank screen, we might think, okay, this is maybe a sample app, this is a demo, something like that, but it's not something very professional. So we should always give the user a really nice splash screen so that the user have a great impression of our app when it gets loaded.
And the first impression is important.
Right, yeah. It is important for love at first sight, right? So
yeah.
Another thing that you should consider when doing splash screens is that you can actually load data and make it even animated. So that instead of having a loading indicator, when you load your app after the splash screen, you might actually do an animation while doing the splash screen and load data, so that when the application is already entered, it has its data because it was loaded on the splash screen. So it will be more comfortable for the user and more friendly.
Yeah, so the user won't feel like you are really loading something. You are just like showing an animation.
Right, because the user will feel like, okay, I'm waiting 2 times because I look at the splash and then I have this loading indicator. Instead, why we don't do it just once?
Yeah.
And it's pretty easy to do. In Xamarin Forms, you can just do a content page and animate that using the Animations API. There's an article by Mark Alibon about how to do this.
Yeah, and also another important thing is to provide an onboarding screen. It doesn't apply to all the applications. I can say like simple application, it probably won't apply. But if you have an application that is important that you explain some things, the onboarding screen is important. And there are some ways that you can do it. So Patrick, I won't try to pronounce his last name, but I think it's Shivanda, wrote an article about it a time ago, and he's basically showing like a carousel view with images and text. But also, if you want to do something more professional, you can do it with an animation. Steven, I won't try to pronounce that last name. So Steven wrote an article too about it, and it's the same concept of the carousel, and also Felipe wrote another article using Skiashar. So you have different options there. They all are using the same concept, like they are using Xamarin Essentials to use first launch tracking. So it will detect if the app is, if it's the first time that the app is loading, and they are using a carousel to handle the images.
Yeah, please excuse us if we didn't get the names right. We will try better next time.
Yeah, yeah.
So also another thing is login, register, and forms. How we can make the experience to the user better while developing this. The first thing is, why don't we use inline validations instead of showing an alert each time you get something wrong? Like, for example, let's say you make the user input all this information and then the user tap on confirm and it gets an alert or even several alerts. That experience might be horrible for the user. A better way might be just show him right away what's wrong, what is missing, and what is required from him. That will make him fill the form. Fill the form really quickly and in a very friendly way, and it will get the data right from the first time.
Wait, are we sharing? Are we sharing? Yeah, we are sharing. Okay, sorry. Oh, going back. Continue back.
Yeah. Okay, so it will get the data right from the first time if you do inline validations, and you won't have all those annoying alerts. So.
Yeah, and it's worth, because sometimes I have seen like forms that they are, after you finish to fill all the form, they start showing alerts like one behind the others, like you need to complete the password, and when you press OK, it says like you need to complete the email, and it's really, really annoying.
Right, and you might even forget if you get all these alerts or all these messages like, what was the thing that I got wrong? Because maybe it was 4 things, was not just one. So definitely always use inline validations to give the best user experience.
Yeah, and I wrote an article about it a time ago, so you just need to go there, copy the code, and paste it in your project. So it's that simple as it sounds. So the other tip is use, when we are using a mobile application, visual constraints are important because it will give the user an idea of what kind of format you are expecting. So for example, if you are expecting a mobile number, there are some ways that you can type a mobile number. It's like 8 digits. I think it's 16.
I think it's 10, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. But in other countries, it's probably more digits. So if you provide like a mask that the user can know what kind of number you are expecting or what's the format of the data that you are expecting, then it's easier to the user. Like
you can separate the area code, and also in credit cards, it's really handy because you can put in several groups the numbers. So it's just a very nice visual feedback.
Yeah, and also the Xamarin Community Toolkit supports it already. So you just need to install the package. They have a lot of behaviors there that you can use. They have email validation behavior, mass behavior, max length behavior, like another options that you can use there.
Also, always provide context to the fields. We generally rely on, many apps rely on the placeholder, but that might not be enough, because while you are typing, you might lose that insight of what field I'm exactly feeling at the moment. So definitely go into another approach of giving always the user visible what he's feeling, because you might forget, okay, what I'm actually inputting. I'm inputting a phone. I'm doing a credit card. He might forget. So it's really easy just to make it always visible. Okay, this is the name of the card. This is the card number, and in summary information,
that field if it's like at the bottom of is something that is not up. So a way to improve that is to don't hide the fields. So to do that, you just need to add a scroll view to your into your
forms.
So it's pretty simple.
Another thing that might not be always considered in apps is to use the right keyword. If you, for example, have a field that should only accept numbers, while should you even show letters? You are just basically opening the door to errors in data. So definitely just request the information that you need. If it's inputting numbers, then just a numeric keyword. If it's inputting an email, then a keyword for email. Always use the relevant keyword to get the best experience for the user, and the user will input the data gratefully.
Yeah, and also you can go beyond and use and provide the right numeric keyword. There are different options of numeric keywords, but XamAI forms by default, I think, support the first one. So, for example, if you are expecting a different type of number,
decimal.
Yeah, decimal or just integers. It's better if you provide like the specific keyword that you are expecting. And to achieve that it's really easy. You just need to use a render or use an effect and just specify the keyword type. And Steven has an article about it, so you just need to think about anything. You just need to go to that article and copy the code.
Sure. Another thing is require the correct information in the date pickers. So let's say you are filling the expiration date for a credit card. Why should I even request for the day? It is not relevant. So definitely I just need the month and the year. So for those type of scenarios, if there's something that is not relevant, just ask for the relevant piece. So if it's only a year, ask for the year. If it's only a month, ask for the month. For this use case, that is the month and the year. Just ask what is needed, because if not, the user will get like, why am I'm being asked the date? I don't even know.
What is the day?
What is the day my credit card expires? Maybe the end of the month. That's not clear. So definitely the day is not relevant. So always request what you really need.
And there is an article about it. So Botham Benesky, I think. Yeah, Botham Benesky wrote a customized control of the picker called month-year picker view. And if you want to, you can modify it for your specific case. So the code is there. Another tip is to divide fields into semantic groups. So it is hard when you are filling a form and the form have like a lot of options and you are like, where is the end of this form? So and you are like, I'm going to
yes,
complete this later.
As an user, I might be like, I don't want to really use
probably I don't need to use this app.
Yeah,
so a better approach to that is to divide the fields into semantic groups. I wrote an article a time ago about how to do a step bar. So this is an option that you can use to divide the fields in your forms. But also SceneFusion has a really nice control called a step progress bar. So
kind of a wizard, right?
Yeah, kind of a wizard, and you can add images and text there. And yeah, it's easier if you can see like, okay, this is the account setup, this is the security question, and you
it's
feel
kind
like
of a more friendly way to request information.
Yeah.
Also, provide more information when it's necessary. Sometimes what we are asking might not be clear right away, or even what is the correct format, or what is a specific field that I might not know just by the name. I can have kind of a hint that if you tap on that hint, I can give you more details on that. And I don't have to make the UI really heavy. I just provide this, and if you need it, you can just tap it and check the description. You can do that by using maybe tooltips. I did an article a time ago on this, on how to integrate tooltips into Xamarin Forms, but the idea is that you consider that when doing forms, so that if a field is not really clear on what is for and what's the format, you can actually use this mechanism.
Also, autofocus. Autofocus is important because when you are filling a form and you want to go to the next field, it's kind of hard to tap it. So it's better to provide like an easier way to the user so they can achieve that. So with autofocus, you can just like start like focusing what's going to be the first entry, but also you can go to the next field while filling it, and it's simple as select what's going to be the next entry. So you maybe wrote an article a time ago, but I can give you an spoiler about it because I read the article, and it's basically just said what's going to be the next entry and just change the focus. And it doesn't have like much line of code, many lines of code.
It's pretty simple, but it's basically these are small things that add value to your application.
Yeah.
Another thing that adds value, it's hiding or showing passwords. Sometimes if we don't see the password and we type it quickly, we might mistype it, but we don't want the password to be shown all the time. So why don't we provide a mechanism to actually show or hide the password to make sure that I am not mistyping it or making a mistake? This is a very nice way to do it. Just a simple tap will show my password, and a simple tap will hide it. Many apps use this mechanism, like Amazon and other applications. So it's a really popular approach.
And the code is there. So.
Yeah, and you have an article. You have a lot of articles.
Yeah, yeah. So I did it with event trigger, and as you see here in the code, it's just like add a class in your project and just add event trigger to the image button. So it's really simple. Also, don't use picker for everything. We love pickers. I mean, I think this is one of the most useful controls that Xamarin Forms has, but picker is not for everything. For example, if you have a scenario where you need to complete a gender option, why you will use a picker for that? I mean, you have options like female, male, other rather not to say, or probably you just want to add make female or male. I don't know. So for those cases, probably the best option is to use a radio button or something else. But there are also another options. Xamarin Forms has an action sheet. You can use the tab of Sharnado. Yeah, I think it's Charlin, the MAUI. So there are some options that you can use. The idea of this slide is that not everything is a picker. There are a lot of options that you can use. Yes. Xamarin Forms has like a lot of new controls. Radio button is there, and action sheet is there, and there are more options that you can use.
The important thing is to have an open mindset while you are designing your screen, and okay, should I have a picker, or I have a better option for this UI to give my users the best user experience possible. So always consider your options.
Yeah, and for example, check the second one. Like sometimes you don't want to read the name. With an image, you can just like understand what is this about. So it's easier to do that, to do it that way.
Other way to improve our applications is to use one-time password. The thing is that once you install an application, you want to get right away inside the application. So we don't want to lose time receiving verification codes and all those sort of stuff. So if we can make it easier to the user, this process, let's do it. And if it's simple, better. So instead of waiting for the code and then typing it, why don't, once we get the code, it is already on the clipboard, or it even gets copied on the screen. So definitely, let's do these small features that it doesn't require a lot of code to do. So, but adds a lot of value and saves a lot of time for the user to get inside our applications.
Yeah, and Gerald has an article about it. And if Gerald has an article, he will probably have a video. So probably in his channel, there is a video about it. And if not, Gerald, you should record that video. Also, auto-logging. So auto-logging is a feature that I think almost all the important applications have it, because it's something that you expect. Like when you install application and you write your credentials the first time, you don't need to rewrite it every time when you open the app again. So this is why auto-logging is important. If you guys use apps like Facebook or Instagram, you probably know that you don't need to type all the information all the time. So auto-logging is really easy to achieve with Xamarin Essentials. You just need to storage the out token that the API provides, but there are also another mechanism that you can use there. This is just like the simple one, because it's just like install a package and add and save an action there and just reload the app with that storage.
The next section is profile and contact screens. How we can make that better. So one thing to consider is to use shortcuts. Let's say you are looking at a profile screen that has some contact details. We want to make these contact details interactive, so that if there's a phone, I can call right away just by tapping at the phone. If there's an email, I can just tap on the email and it will compose an email. If there's an address, it will take me to the Maps application. So definitely consider these options that are just one-liners. So it's pretty easy to integrate, and we don't want the user to be copying information, or even worse, being going to other apps to type the phone or something. Definitely let's add these one-liners that will make your application better and will make the user use more your application, because it's just one-liners, but those one-liners are things that adds value to your application.
Yeah. Also share contact. A really time ago, I wrote an article about this, about how you can share contact. So probably you know that with Xamarin Essentials, you can share numbers, you can share text, you can share a lot of things. But this specific tip is about not share just the number, and it's about share the contact itself. So to achieve that, I use Xamarin Essentials, the share API of Xamarin Essentials, but the difference is like you need to generate a BCF file. So I create a helper there that you can just like use it, and it will create the contact format for you. And also another section is loading. So loading is important in our application. This is one of the things that where you are waiting, because you need to wait a lot there and you are like using it a lot. So in Xamarin Forms, there are a lot of ways that you can do to do an activity indicator. You can use the native activity indicator, which is an option too, but you have another options too. You can use the SymFusion SFBC indicator, and it's just like install the library there, and they have like a lot of good options. But you can also use Lori, and you can create your own animation and add it to your project, or use one of the animations that is there. You can also use ACR user dialogues, and I think this is one of the most famous packages. I think it's not longer supported, but the package is there. Yeah, and it's still working. I don't know what Alan did there, but it's still working, Alan. Also, you can use the RG plugin pop-up. You can simulate the same thing of the previous activity indicator, and you can also add images there. And you can also, this is one of my favorites. So state layout, the Xamarin Community Toolkit already support that. So it's just like install the Xamarin Community Toolkit package, and it will provide that this really nice UX that apps like Facebook and Instagram do. So
definitely use an activity indicator. I think that's the tip for this, because you don't want to load data and don't give any feedback to the user. Definitely that's wrong.
Yeah, and use the activity and use the right one, because sometimes if for example this one, the upload on background, so you are uploading an image or uploading a video and it will take like 1 minute to load or probably more. So why you will why the user need to stay in that screen? So probably a better user experience is to close close the loading process, and so the user can still using the app. And after the loading is finished, then you just need to show a toast. So the conclusion of these categories: use the right activity indicator for your case.
Yeah, because if it takes a long time, we don't want to interrupt the user from using our application, unless it's something that needs to be a showstopper, and okay, no, I need to save this information before doing anything else. But it's better to avoid those certain scenarios and be more like Instagram apps, like for example, when you upload a picture or upload a video, it will actually immediately will start uploading in the background, but you can use anything in the app. So definitely it's a great approach to go.
Yeah, and if you use like apps like Facebook and Instagram, like they don't use the blocking activity indicator.
Right. Yeah.
So you can use the application you can navigate into the sections whatever you want.
If you can avoid the blocking indicator, that's the best thing. So definitely.
But there are some scenarios that you need it.
You might need it.
Yeah, because if you are submitted a payment, probably you don't want the user to go to another section of the app. So use the activity indicator, the right activity indicator for
in the right
scenario.
scenarios.
Yeah.
Another thing to talk about: internet connection. So we don't want to see this technical message while using our applications. A user will not definitely understand this unless it's a developer, and maybe a developer will...
It's worse, because if you are a developer, you
will
like,
think like,
why?
okay, this guy maybe is learning. He doesn't know about what he's doing. Maybe he's new to the business. So definitely use more friendly messages to the user that he can understand and can relate to what is going on, that we don't have connection at that time. It's really easy and handy to check the connection using essentials. It's just a one-liner, so it's pretty easy to do. I think there is also an event handler that we can even handle scenarios that you recover connection after you lose it, so we can do all those sort of stuff. Another thing is to consider using the right UI for your context or your app. We have many options. I think these are not even all the options. The options are basically your imagination. Anything, you can do anything related to internet connection UIs. One approach is to have a page that indicates that you lost connectivity, or even show a toast, or take the user to another page showing that there's no connectivity, show notifications, show a toast. There are many options, and you have an article about that, right?
Yeah, and the code is there. So
the important thing is that don't leave the user without having feedback that there's no internet connection, because that's bad. The user should always know what's going on with that. Also, consider doing data caching. Data caching is pretty important because it can improve the performance of our applications and can also make it look faster, because when we do data caching, we will be showing a copy of the last thing that the user saw. So let's say you are on an airplane and you put your phone in airplane. I don't want to see a blank screen. I want to see the last things I actually got to my phone. So definitely consider doing data caching. It's a very common approach to use in applications, and it's really easy by just installing Monkey Cache or any others. I think Akabache is other option, or even an SQLite database. You have many options to do data caching. Another thing is image caching. This is very important. Let's say you are doing a photo gallery and there are a lot of images there. You don't want to actually overload your memory with all these images, and if there are the same sometimes, you don't want to be loaded multiple times because you can even get an out of memory error. So definitely use data caching. Here, images caching. Here we can see Xamarin Forms has its own approach, but there are also libraries that go even beyond that, and you can have many options for that image caching.
I am also general. We are going to the next category, which is general things that you can apply to any category of your app. So the first one is alerts. Alerts is one of the first things that we learn when we are learning Xamarin Forms. Doing an alert is easy in Xamarin Forms, but sometimes if your application, it doesn't look like that professional in your application, so you can use a different approach. You can create your own alert that can match with the thing or your application, and you can use the RG plugin pop-up. I think the Xamarin Community Toolkit already has something with an alerts, but you can use the RG plugin pop-up of the Xamarin Community Toolkit if they are supporting it already.
Right. Because we want to align the applications as much as possible to the theme of our application, so to make the user feel aligned with everything in our application.
And let's be honest, it's easier to do it with the display alert, but you can create your own service and add your own customization.
It just gives a better experience to the user.
Yeah. And also Leomaris Reyes has an article about it, so you can see what she did there.
Empty states. This is something that sometimes we as developers don't consider. Maybe we don't think on that, but designers do. And this is something really important because we don't want the user to see a blank screen totally. We want to actually guide the user to create content if there's no content yet, but not show that boring blank screen. We want to actually show a picture, show some shortcut to create data. And there are many options to do empty states. You can enter to this link, and there are many ideas you can actually gather from there. And it's pretty handy, and I think it marks a difference in your applications because it will make it look better.
Yeah. Also, handling permission is important because this is, I mean, it's annoying when you install the application the first time and the first thing that you get is you need to install the camera. Can I get permission to your camera? Can I get permission to your microphone? And you don't know what the app is about. And you are like accepting all those permissions. So a better user experience for this scenario is to provide a better UI where you are explaining before requesting the permission. What is the permission about? So so the user can accept the permission.
And this way the user is more willing to actually allow the permission, because if I am asked for the camera and at that point I'm not even using the camera, why I'm requested that? So definitely
and probably you are requesting the camera because you want to upload your profile picture. So
why don't ask at that point and tell why, basically. The other important thing is to protect sensitive data. Let's say I am in a banking application. I don't want to have my data exposed when the application is in background. So there's a very easy mechanism to actually blank or make it gray so that you don't expose any bank information and they cannot take any screenshot there. And Lorenzo Araujo has a really nice article to guide you on how to achieve this.
And also relative time. Relative time, as all the tips is important because it's hard to remember. Like I don't even know what day is today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So it's easier if you provide a mechanism like
7 days ago.
Yeah, 7 days, 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago.
You can relate better as a user, like
Yeah.
to have an idea on when this occurred.
Yeah, and this is really easy to achieve. So Rendy, you did a converter a time ago,
Right.
and you can just add the converter in your project, or there are also a nice library called Humanizer that you can install in your project, and you will have that feature there.
Touch ID and Face ID. It's something really important to integrate in our applications nowadays. And the reason is because we want to take the user as fast as possible to the home screen. We don't want him to actually go to the login each time. And the user will actually be grateful about that. Because no user wants to log in. If we can make the login just one touch or just showing my face, obviously it's a great experience, and many banking applications use this approach because in the case of a banking application, we cannot use auto login right away, or at least not in the same way. We should always log in the user somehow, and we use Touch ID and Face ID for those type of approaches.
Also, app action is another option. And if you don't know about app action, is that feature that appears when you long press the icon of an application, and you will see direct options to go to a specific page. So app actions is supported by Xamarin Essentials, so you just need to install the package and app.
Right, it's very handy, and it's not very used, I think.
Yeah.
Link previews. So if you are doing a social network app like, let's say, Facebook, I think you might have seen this feature that you actually paste a link and you immediately have a preview of the picture. It's really a nice and handy way to preview something that you are sharing. For social network apps might be, I think, a must-have. So definitely consider adding this type of features to those type of applications. Lorenzo Araujo has an article on how to do this.
Yeah, also action feedback is important. I think the first time that I saw that in a Xamarin Forms application was in the Xamarin Evolve, and I was really excited about it. I was like, it was a lot of time ago. So action feedback provides like that instant feedback when you click in a button. So I wrote a plug and play animation a time ago that you can just add the behavior, but the Xamarin Community Toolkit supports it. So you just need to install the Xamarin Community Toolkit, and you can add it to any of your controls. And you will have options like shaking, rotate, yeah.
Many options there. And it's also important because we don't want the user like to tap on a button right away or something and don't get the feedback, because he will think like, this is not doing nothing, and like click tap 7 times, I don't know, a crazy amount of times. So definitely something handy to add.
Yeah, and also you can go beyond that. And for those cases where you are feeling a feel and the feel is wrong, you can probably shake the device, the physical device a little bit.
And provide a physical.
Yeah, and Xamarin Essentials has a vibration API, so you just need to use it and provide that shaking behavior.
App links. It's also something that you can use to improve your user experience. I think you might have experienced that on other applications, that you receive an email and you tap on a link and it takes you right away to the section of the application that is being requested on the link. So this is a very handy feature, and it's really easy to integrate because you can use this for many scenarios, like forgot password. Let's say you are taking it to a news page,
even to the register form.
Yeah, to a register form. You can do it in many ways, and you don't have to take the user to a browser. You can take them directly to your app and handle the request there. So I think it's a really important thing to integrate nowadays because we want to make the user experience as great as possible.
Yeah.
And I have an article about that, so you can check it out.
Yeah, also going back to animations, there are a lot of another options that you can use for animation. Javier Suarez has a library called Pace Transition that is really nice, but also Gianpaolo Gaba has another library called Shared Transitions. Yes, Shared Transition, and you can use the Xamarin Community Toolkit. And I mean, the animations will mark the difference in your application. So you will see the different, like try to avoid the simple push and pop that
an
Xamarin
application
provides.
without animations, I think it is pretty boring, right? So,
Yeah.
And we want to get the user excited about something in our applications because we are mainly showing information or doing stuff. So we want to make the user have fun in our application. And this is a great way to provide fun to the user.
Yeah, and the target is that the user can use the app again. So
right. Always consider adding multi-language to your applications. And the reason for this is because even though my application might just be in one language, I will consider this from the start on any application because first, it's pretty easy to do. So if I do it from the beginning, I won't have the pain at the point I have to support other languages. Also, it provides a really nice experience to the user because many users, if it's available, their language, they will prefer to actually use the app in their native language. Also, some users might have their phone in Spanish, or some other might have it in English, or even in German. So definitely, if you can adapt your app to the language that has the system, the user will have a very great experience.
Yeah. And also dark mode. Dark mode is already supported by Xamarin Essentials, and it's really easy to achieve, like all the things that we have mentioned. So Steven has an article about it, and this is a nice feature to add in your app.
App reviews are other things that you should be adding into your apps because users rarely go to the stores and rate your applications. And we all as developers want our 5-star rates, right? So one way to achieve it is to integrate app review, but integrate it in the sense, be cautious about this, basically. We don't want to ask for a review right away if the user hasn't even used our app or asked too many times for a review. We should do it in a proper way. Like, for example, okay, the user have used my app 5 times, then let me try to request a review, because if he has used it right time, he has been coming back, so he might like our app. So definitely always consider adding app reviews.
Yeah. Also, adaptive UI. I wrote this article for the Xamarin blog a time ago, and it's basically when you are developing an application, you need to think in all the scenarios. You need to think in tablet, you need to think in small devices, but it's not like adding a entry, and that entry is the same entry for all the cases. The best option is to adapt that screen for that specific device. So yeah, so I wrote an article about it, and it's simple like us changing the thing. Right. That's an spoiler, so you don't need to read it. So it's just changing the thing and detect the resolution of the device.
Yeah, basically, if I'm using an iPad, I want to feel that that app is for that iPad. I want to look the fonts bigger, all those things. If I'm using a small phone, I should relate to that, basically. I should relate to the device I'm using, and this is a great approach to it.
Yeah. So where can I learn more about it, about UX in general?
Well, one place to learn more about it is the Javier Suarez repository about Xamarin-Forms good-looking UI. This is a great repository to get ideas, and I think Javier has done a really nice compilation of different applications done by the community. Some of them clones of famous applications, other really nice UIs or ideas, UX. So definitely go into that and get some ideas for your new projects.
Yeah. Also, you can follow the best Twitch ever, which is the King Phillips Twitch. So I think he streams like all the weeks, so you can go and take a look. he have like a lot of great things there.
Websites to learn are Dribbble, Behance, Pinterest. Definitely go to those websites when you are looking for ideas, because these are great places where designers actually share UX that you can replicate into your app and bring those ideas into your application and provide a really nice user experience to your users.
Yeah, and also you can explore UI kits. Syncfusion has a really nice UI kits, but there are a lot of options there that you can use and use what they provide, like a good UI in UX.
UI foundation, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think this is your favorite way to actually learn more. Downloading apps, see what others does, like for example, Facebook, famous apps like Instagram, or even other new apps that might be doing something interesting. And sometimes you find really interesting ideas there. If you are, for example, doing an application of a specific market, you should go into the lead applications for that specific market to see what the competitors are doing.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things to do. Like download apps and see what else.
Yeah, because you get a lot of ideas from apps. So that's the best idea. Like get ideas from other developers. Basically.
Yeah, and I think that's all. Thank you so much for inviting us here. Thank you so much for.
It was a great experience.
Yeah, and thank you so much to all the attendants to this talk. And
you can find us on our Twitters and our blogs. And we are really thankful about sharing this with you, and it was a really nice.
And hope you have learned something.
Experience, yeah.
Yeah. Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we don't have any questions. Thank you for this talk. It was really a treasure trove of information and resources. I think people will go through this and halt the video all the time to write down all those resources. There was some feedback, like this presentation will be my checklist for the difference between an MVP prototype and an app that's ready for release. I thought that was really nice. Or it's amazing how much difference all these little tweaks make to a product. So people really like your input, and thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, and I think like the conclusion of this application is that we have a great submarine community because there is an article for everything.
Right. That's right.
Like there's an app for everything, there's an article for everything. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you have a good start to the day.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks. Bye.
And hello, Rachel.
Hi.
Hello. Where are you joining us from? You're in the US, right?
Yes, I'm in Boston right now, and I live right in the city, so I apologize for any city noises in advance.
Okay. No, my father's birth town. I love Boston.
Oh, yeah, it's nice.
So you will be talking about accessibility today. This is something we've had in the past expert days quite a bit. So I think every conference had at least one talk on the subject. And it's dear to our hearts, and we're very happy that you chose this subject. So I will share your screen, add your screen to the stream, and you can get started.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This is my first Xamarin Expert Day on the speaker end, so I'm really excited to be here. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Rachel. I take she, her, hers. And I'm a software engineer on the .NET MAUI Xamarin Forms team. I'll be keeping an eye on the chat, so if you have any questions throughout, feel free to, ask them. And if I don't see them, I will get to them at the end as well. All right, so with that being said, let's jump right into it. So I just want to make the case for accessibility if you might not be familiar with accessibility so much yet. There are over 1 billion people who currently experience some form of disability in our world. And, designing for accessibility is not limited just to people experiencing disabilities. The best solutions actually benefit everyone. So you might be familiar with voice assistants on GPS, for example. That's something that's very useful to all of us, not just for individuals who are blind or have other visual impairments. There's closed captioning on videos, also something we all benefit from, although it was initially designed for accessibility purposes. Similarly, the raise hand feature on Microsoft Teams, dark mode on our devices, dropped curbs on sidewalks and driveways, and there are plenty of other examples in both the digital and physical worlds of solutions designed for accessibility that we all benefit from on the day-to-day. Not to mention that when it comes to accessibility, there's also a huge business opportunity, which makes sense because when there are over 1 billion people who you can be benefiting, that's worth hundreds of billions of dollars. And not to mention also the growing number of legal consequences as more and more apps hit the market today. So with that being said, how do we actually approach accessible apps? So there's something called the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, and they've become a global accessibility standard and a large benchmark for both web and mobile. And this is what a lot of developers use in the community to try to figure out how they can actually make sure that their apps are accessible. And it's based on 4 guiding principles that apps should be perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. And if you go to this link below, you can check out all of the fine guidelines for how you can make sure that your apps are accessible along these 4 principles. So yeah, but all these guidelines and standards aside, especially as it can be really overwhelming to get lost in the details and things like that, the number one thing to remember is that empathy is the name of the game. So that means making sure that you're exploring the accessibility settings and features on the various devices that your apps are supporting. And that includes screen readers. For example, TalkBack on Android, which I'll be going into more later. VoiceOver on iOS, Narrator on UWP. If you're not familiar with screen readers, they're an assistive technology that a lot of our devices come with, and it allows users primarily with visual impairments to be able to navigate their apps via audio feedback, since the screen readers read everything off the screen for us, but only if our apps are accessible and enable them to. It also involves researching accessibility models and APIs, making sure we're familiar with the tools that will help us to build our apps accessibly. And let me just mute my other computer. And it also involves testing and leveraging available tools and resources that are available to us in order to validate our apps for accessibility and make sure that we use, all the tools at hand, not just so that we test the apps manually, but also with the automated tools that might be available. And the great thing is, with .NET MAUI, you'll be able to create accessible apps more seamlessly than ever before. So you can create accessible apps with Xamarin Forms and also with .NET MAUI. Create accessible apps and also quite easily. All right, so how is this possible? You can see here I have a screenshot of many of the PRs that my teammate Shane and I have merged into our MAUI repository already, and you can see all of the improvements that we've been making to accessibility. And I just wanted to dive in a bit more today to talk about the specific APIs that we've added. So one thing we've added that's new to .NET MAUI is semantic properties. And we have semantic properties that you can use either in the code behind, but also in XAML. And there's semantic properties.description, semantic properties.hint, and semantic properties.heading level. So semantic properties.description, what a mouthful, It allows us to assign a description that we want to be read aloud by the screen reader. So for example, on an image, if we don't assign a description to it, then the screen reader won't read anything out loud, rendering the image basically as if it doesn't exist to screen reader users who might not be able to visually see that on the screen. So that's super important. The hint property is similar to description in that it also tells the screen reader what to read aloud, but it's used to give users additional feedback about additional guidance on how to navigate certain controls and give extra context if it might not be intuitive. So for example, if you have a button and if you add a hint to the button, you can tell the screen reader to read aloud what the purpose of that button is, for example. Then we have heading level. And using heading level allows developers to mark certain controls in a .NET MAUI app as headings. And if you mark certain things as headings, that allows screen reader users to be able to skim the content with their screen reader more easily. So it's kind of like a table of contents. And I'll be demoing all of this shortly, so you'll be able to see what it looks like in the code and also how it gets rendered in the apps. Then we have some other new APIs. We have set semantic focus, and set semantic focus enables developers to tell the app when they want the screen reader focus to move to different parts of the app. So for the most part, the order in which the screen reader will navigate the different controls on the screen is going to be intuitive, and you won't have to worry about it as a developer. It'll go, top to bottom, left to right. That is, unless you're using an RTL language or RTL formats, of course. And it'll be linear, intuitive. And the amazing thing is, since .NET MAUI is just wired up to all the native platforms, we're just propagating what the native platforms do for accessibility up to MAUI as well. And in that way, we're able to create the best, the most accessible experience possible. The native platforms do a great job as it is, so we don't want to interfere and get away in that unless we can be more helpful, of course, and provide more tools to y'all. So yeah, set semantic focus. Although the natural order of the screen reader will, 9 out of 10 times be perfect, there may be certain niche scenarios where you want to use that semantic focus to, skip a huge block of a table of text for some reason. You just want to send message or make an order or whatever that is. So that's what that's there for. We also have an update semantic node info, where basically we're putting most of the code where we handle accessibility and where we propagate those native APIs into these methods. So for those of you who might be a lot more familiar with accessibility and you really want to, get some of your own logic and some of your own ideas into your apps, you can use these methods and leverage those in order to do that. We also have semantic screen reader.announce. This is actually in Essentials, but you can use it in your .NET MAUI apps, of course. And announce allows you to tell the screen reader what text to announce out loud, and it doesn't have to be tied to a specific control like the semantic properties do. That's also super cool. And we also have automation properties. So automation properties you might be familiar with from Xamarin Forms, and they were the primary APIs that we had for serving accessibility purposes. And for automation properties in Xamarin Forms, we had is an accessibility tree. And with .NET MAUI, we're not only going to be maintaining those automation properties, but we also added one more called Exclude with Children. So if you're familiar with the Xamarin Forms automation properties, what that essentially does is it sets isn't accessible tree to false on the current layout or control, whatever it is that you put this property on, as well as all of its children. And it's just an easier way to be able to set that capability on a bunch of controls without having to redundantly, apply that property over and over again to everything in a given layout, for example. All right. That being said, let's actually take a look now at some of those things I just talked about. So I have here Visual Studio, and I have opened up the .NET MAUI solution. And with me, I have a physical Android device. And when I'm developing for accessibility or working on anything accessibility, I like to use a physical device because at the end of the day, the users for which we are designing for are going to be using a physical device. So as great as it is to, leverage our emulators and simulators to test and develop our apps, it's always important, especially when considering accessibility, to come back to our physical devices, especially since screen readers aren't really that easy or feasible to test through emulators and simulators. So yeah, I have my Google Pixel 4a Android device here. And here I have the MAUI solution. And I have opened up here semantics page. So if you haven't seen the MAUI repository and solution yet, we have the single project solution that will lead you to our controls gallery. So I'm going to open this up here. This is our beautiful control gallery. Shout out to Javier for making it all pretty. And we have all of the different components of MAUI, and we use this to make sure and test manually that the various things we want are working. And so, of course, we have one for accessibility. So if I go to core, and then I go to semantics, I will reach this semantics page. And you can see on the left, I have semantics page open, the XAML file, and you can see that I added a bunch of different labels, buttons, entries, editor, search bars, basically every single control. And you can see that reflected here on the app too, of course. And basically the purpose of this is I wanted to test, to make sure that the various semantic properties we use, like semantic properties.hint, semantic properties, try to find example description. Semantic properties.description, semantic properties.hint, that they work and that they surface as expected on all the platforms for every single control. So that's been super helpful. So I'm going to turn on TalkBack now. If you're not familiar with TalkBack, I can walk you through how to get there. You can go to your settings. And of course, this will vary from device to device and whatever version of Android or iOS that you might have. But if I go to settings, I go to accessibility, and I go to TalkBack here, I can turn it on. There's also some advanced settings you can use to customize your TalkBack further. For example, the TalkBack shortcut, which is what I like to use in these demos and just in my day-to-day since I'm testing it very often. Yeah, all right, so I'm gonna jump back in. I'm gonna turn TalkBack on using my shortcut.
TalkBack on. Held volume keys. TalkBack turned on.
Great. So I'm going to go back to the control gallery with semantics page.
.NET MAUI gallery. Unlabeled. Button. Text. K. Double tap to activate.
So you can see that the screen reader, which is TalkBack in this case, has a green outline, and basically it borders and focuses on the control that it's going to be reading information from. And if I use one finger to swipe from left to right, that'll help me navigate through the controls, which is particularly helpful, again, for screen reader users who are just trying to get to through the content quickly and aren't able to access the screen visually.
Swipe up or swipe down to adjust the setting.
Oops. Okay.
Semantics. RTL. We hope the all-new semantic properties will enable you to develop accessible apps more seamlessly.
So I can navigate like
Speech
that, and I
Swipe
can
up or swipe down
also click on the different things in the app.
Turn on your screen reader and listen for what is read aloud. Description text, edit box, hint text.
So I can just tap on
Double
things
tap
on
to
the
edit
screen
text.
like this as well. Yeah, and so you can see that, for example, with the text labels, it'll read out the text that is assigned to it, but it'll also read out the description and hint properties that might be assigned to it, for example. So if I show you here, we have the label text th here, and we have semantic properties.hint set to it, and it reads hint text. And then we have another label right below that where we've set a description and a hint to it. And so you'll see that for the first one, we will hear label text th, and then we will hear the hint text. Whereas for the second one, we will hear the description text and then the hint text. So generally, it's advised that you don't set a description text on a label, but if for some reason you happen to, it will replace the description text you set will replace the text that is visually rendered, which is why we don't really recommend it. But yeah, so we just have this for testing purposes, and if I click on it,
Label text th, hint text.
you hear the text and the hint text, and then
Description text, hint text.
you hear the description text and the hint text. And this is how we test all the different things for accessibility. We use our semantic properties and our semantics page to be able to achieve that. Awesome. All right, now I'm going to jump back into the presentation. All right, so of course there's more. Another thing that we've worked on in .NET MAUI in terms of accessibility is fonts. So fonts scale with your device settings on both Android and iOS. And this wasn't possible on Xamarin Forms before. It wasn't supported on iOS because natively it isn't supported for all different types of font sizes. But we figured this is important for accessibility, so we're going to make it possible anyways. And so we have. And we have also included a font auto-scaling enabled property. So for the purposes of accessibility, we've made it so that all the text in your .NET MAUI apps will scale with accessibility font settings. But for some reason, if you don't want that to happen for certain labels or certain controls, you can control that using this font auto-scaling enable property by putting it on a specific control and setting it to false. We've also made changes and adjustments to various controls in general in .NET MAUI in order to make sure that the controls themselves that you're using are accessible, of course. So, for example, we've made sure that the checkbox, which I believe is not a control that's natively available on iOS, is now accessible as a switch on iOS. So when it comes to custom controls, it can be more tricky to figure out how to make them accessible, especially since they don't natively exist, they're also not natively accessible. And this is also something to keep in mind if you design your own custom controls in your app as well. So it's always important to make sure when you have custom controls to be extra careful with their accessibility. And of course, even this here, like making the checkbox act as a switch, although this is a common solution that is the approach in the developer community, it's, in my opinion, still not perfect because a switch is not a checkbox. And although functionally they're the same, I think it could be misleading. So yeah, but we use switch. We like to rely on natively existing controls and properties because they take care of a lot of the accessibility, especially when it comes to things like language localization, being able to support what the screen reader reads aloud in any different language that the app might be rendered in. I'm seeing a question here. Does the screen reader work for content loaded into a web view within your app? Great question. So that will probably be dependent on what the actual website is in the web view that you're rendering. So of course, we'll make sure that the web view itself is accessible, if that makes sense. But whatever is actually on the website, that's going to depend on what the web developers for that specific website or whatever it is inside the web view have decided to make accessible. Oh yeah, great question. All right, so to continue, another thing we've done in .NET MAUI is we've removed tab index and tab stop. So these are properties that were also in Xamarin Forms, and they served multiple purposes that were often confused and misused, not only by developers who were using them, but also in their very implementation and existence. It's kind of funny, but basically what tab index and tab stop were supposed to be used for was for accessibility, and they were supposed to be used in order to determine the order in which various controls on a page would be read aloud by the screen reader. And as I was mentioning before, the natural order that the screen is already designed in is most oftentimes going to be the best order. So for that being one reason, tab index, tab stop were often not needed at all. But additionally, in addition to giving people the capability of, ordering things in an unintuitive order, tab index and tab stop just interfered with a lot of other accessibility things on the native side. So as I was saying before, we like that in .NET MAUI, we're propagating the what our native platforms have designed for us to work in terms of accessibility, because that's what makes it most accessible. But it turned out that what we were doing with tab index and tab stop were oftentimes interfering with that, which isn't great. So we have removed that, but we're still looking for the optimal solutions. And so if anyone has any feedback or ideas on what we might introduce that will help resolve things that, people in the rare cases that tab index was helpful did use tab index for, feel free to let us know. And we also have something called semantic order view, which I'll go into a bit more later, that is a potential solution as well. And last but not least, we're currently working on validating .NET MAUI for accessibility. So I created this recipes app on Xamarin Forms last year, and we've been in the process of converting that Xamarin Forms app to .NET MAUI, and then making sure that the .NET MAUI app of this recipes app is going to be accessible and validating it for accessibility. And we recommend that you do this as well. In addition to being mindful of developing for accessibility, whenever your app is ready to go, it's great to get, a third-party vendor or something like that for professional accessibility validation. And of course, as I was mentioning, we're constantly looking for ways to improve. So I'm going to jump back in. I mentioned fonts earlier on the slide, and I want to just show you what I meant with that. So here I have my Android phone again, and I'm going to hop back into settings, if I can find them. And I'm going to go to accessibility. I'm going to go to font size. And you can see here that I can adjust the font size of the app, of the text, sorry. And these settings will be reflected in your apps if your apps support this capability. And as I was saying before, we've made sure that in .NET MAUI, your apps automatically will, which is awesome. So, okay, this was the default text size, and now I've made it the largest text size. So if I go back to the semantics page here, you can see that the text has increased and it supports that. And similarly, if I go back and I make it the small size, I jump back into the app, it'll support that as well and make the adjustments accordingly, which is super cool. And I'm using an Android device, but I promise you it also works on iOS, so feel free to check that out. Alrighty. Now, you might be wondering, how can you get started on all of this in general? Great news is, if you go and create a .NET MAUI app today, it will automatically already be accessible, the first demo app, template app that you get. So, I'm going to take a leap of faith and try to show you what that looks like. So I'm going to launch Visual Studio here, and you can launch Visual Studio 2022, and you can go download it and do this yourself as well. And then on the right-hand panel here, I can create a new project. And since I'm always creating a new .NET MAUI app, I have it in my recent project templates. But if it's your first time, you can search it up here. You can use the various filters and project types up here as well. Click on .NET MAUI app, hit next. I'm going to name this XamExpertDay app. Create. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see the magic happen. All right. So then we get this wonderful single project, which consolidates all of our stuff into a single project, and it organizes everything much better than you might have experienced with Xamarin Forms. And here I'm going to go to the main page, .xaml, which reflects the screen that you'll see. So we have here label, hello world. You can see the semantic properties are here. We have the heading level. We have, heading level. I realized I didn't demo that one. Let me show you heading level in our control gallery. Okay. Let me increase the font size again so it's easier to see. Okay. And heading level. So I was saying before that heading level is a property that allows you to mark things as headings and be able to give screen reader users the ability to kind of skim their content. So what I meant by that.
Talk back on. Held volume keys. Talk back.
You see here.
.NET MAUI gallery. Heading 1. Heading.
I have a heading, and if I click on it again,
Heading 1, heading.
it reads out the text and it tells us that it's a heading. And this is great also because if I move to, if I turn on controls mode, which I can do with a 3-finger horizontal swipe.
Spoken language. Characters. Words. Lines. Paragraphs. Headings.
Great, I'm on
Swipe up or
headings
swipe
now.
down to read by headings.
Also, you might have seen that rotor pop up randomly before, and it was because I accidentally swiped things, and it's easy to do that sometimes. So now I'm on headings mode, and I can use 1 finger to flick up or down vertically, and it'll only navigate to the heading. So here you see heading 1, not a heading, heading 2, not a heading, not a heading, and then heading 3, and heading 4. Oh, there's a heading 4? I don't remember that. Okay, let's see what happens though.
Heading 2, heading. Heading 3, heading. Description, hint, heading.
Awesome. So you see that it will only read out the 4 headings and it'll totally skip everything else. And similarly, if I
Heading 4 with semantic
try to move up or down in any direction,
heading.
it'll just go to the headings. All right, so that was heading. Okay, so sorry. We created a new MAUI app. This is what we get automatically. We have label with semantic properties at heading level. We have label, the heading level, description. We have another label with the number of times that this button is clicked on. And we have an image of a .NET bot with a description, cute.NET bot waving hi to you. So I'm going to show you this if you haven't seen it yet. You might be familiar with this template, but you might not have explored how wonderfully accessible it is. So I'm going to turn talk back on and we'll hear what is read aloud.
Talk back on.
Okay, so I'm going to tap on Hello World.
Dynamo, hello, world, heading.
We hear Hello World read aloud. And if I swipe through,
Welcome to .NET Multi-Platform App UI, heading.
welcome to .NET Platform App UI. Something you might have noticed here is that I typed in the description a little differently from the actual text. For example, I typed in .NET, the whole word, and with a space in between rather than using this period. And that's because depending on the screen reader you use, they might take punctuation very literally and interpret it differently. So for example, if I wrote it like this, it might say welcome to, and then pause as if it's a sentence, and then continue. And I didn't want to take any risks, so I just write everything out as I wanted to be read aloud and as clearly as I can make that. Okay, and then next.
Current count, oh. Click me button counts the number of times you click. Double tap to activate. Cute.NET bot waving hi to you image.
Yay, so you can see the image. As I was saying before, if you don't set a description to it, it won't read anything aloud, but now we know it's a cute.NET bot waving hi to us. And if I click on the click me here.
Click me button counts the number of times you click. Current count, 1.
After I click on it, it reads the current count, 1. I'm going to do it again so you can hear.
Current count, 2.
How cool is that? And the way we did that is by using the announce method I mentioned before. So you can see in our code behind, we say, hey, when we click on the counter, please announce the text of the counter label. So that's what's happening there. Okay. All right, I'm gonna head back to the slides. I went over this. All right, so let me turn talk back off so it doesn't
Talk back off.
scare me later. Okay, all right, so how can you check these things out? As I was showing you, you can launch Visual Studio 2022, create a new MAUI app and check out all the cool accessibility things and get started with that right away. But also, you can leverage some of the new accessibility APIs in Xamarin Forms and Xamarin Community Toolkit. So we've also been making improvements to accessibility in Xamarin Forms. And one of the main improvements we've made there is all behind this accessibility experimental flag. So if you haven't checked this out already, it's available on Xamarin Forms 5, and I highly recommend you turn on this accessibility experimental flag to see a lot more of the accessibility fixes that you might not have seen before. And in addition to that, you can leverage the new APIs in Xamarin Community Toolkit. So in Xamarin Community Toolkit, we actually have a lot of the APIs that I was showing you in .NET MAUI. So we have description and hint, for example, as semantic effect.description, semantic effect.hint. We also have semantic effect.semantic inclusion with include, exclude, and exclude with children, which is kind of like the Xamarin Forms automation properties. And last but not least, we have semantic order view. And semantic order view, I saw a question before. Someone mentioned, we would really need tab index for a custom keyboard focused next element. And I was also mentioning how, although we got rid of tab index and tab stop, we are exploring new solutions. And currently what we have is semantic order view. It's in the Xamarin Community Toolkit. If you've used tab index before, or if you're curious about semantic order view in general, I highly recommend you check it out and let us know what you think, as it is something we might introduce in .NET MAUI, if not a different approach to it. And semantic order view, what it does is similar to tab index in that it allows us to order the controls and how we want them to be read aloud, but it's a little different. So let me show you here. So here I have opened the Xamarin Community Toolkit solution, and I have opened the semantic effect page. So if you're not familiar with Xamarin Community Toolkit, I can show you what that repository looks like. There's this beautiful gallery similar to the MAUI controls gallery, and you can check out all the different things that you can use Xamarin Community Toolkit with. And I have semantic effects here, which is similar to semantic page. You can see we try to make it similar to the one we have on MAUI. And with semantic order view, this is the sample we have. So saying semantic effects, we have the description. You can use it like this in your Xamarin Forms app as long as you have Community Toolkit. Same thing for hint. And what I want to show you here was semantic order view. So let me X this out. What you can do is use this semantic order view wrapper and wrap it around whatever layout, for example, that you want to order things with. And then you can, in the code behind, list the order in which you want those things to be read aloud and to navigate them with. So yeah, that is semantic order view, and I highly recommend you check it out. All right. So last but not least, be sure to stay tuned for more. We're constantly working on trying to figure out how we can make MAUI and Xamarin even more accessible. I have an accessibility blog post series if you're not familiar with it. You can check it out, read some of the blog posts I've written, stay tuned for more. And of course, join our Discord at this link, aka.ms/discord-maui. And you can join the MAUI-accessibility channel to chat with us and talk with us more about all these things. And of course, you can talk to me on Twitter, GitHub as well. So that's it for me.
That
Yeah,
was such great content. Thank you, Rachel.
thanks for having me.
This is something that's so important. It's so easy to do,
Mhm.
and thank you for making it so easy to do. That's really really important. Yeah.
Of course. And it wouldn't be without all of our developers and the community and the feedback we've gotten from everyone. If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't be able to have all these solutions and ideas. So thanks to everyone who's tuning in.
There was one more question I think you hadn't answered. Can we still use automation IDs in .NET MAUI? Right now we use them for UI tests. Is the new .NET MAUI approach for accessibility compatible with UI tests?
Yes, so as I was saying before, automation properties are still going to be a thing in .NET MAUI, and that includes ID. Something that you may have noticed before in Xamarin Forms is that automation ID on Android conflicted with accessibility, and that's something we've already fixed in Android as well, in Xamarin Forms as well. So if you use that accessibility experimental flag I was talking about, you can check that out.
Okay, there's another comment. I will not read that aloud. Maybe you can answer in the chat because I see on track 1. So in track 2, we've got a change. There will be no session after this one. And in track 1, David Ortenow is getting started. So we've got a good replacement. You can head over there. The link, you can find the link on the bottom. For those who haven't seen our survey with a chance to win in our raffle, this is the QR code in the top right. If you want to scan that, and I will leave that on for a little bit and then head over. So thank you so much, Rachel, and have a good day.
Thank you. Bye from me and my monkey.
Bye-bye. Welcome back after the break. So there was just the presentation from David Orton now. That's now finished in track 1. So we're all set to continue. And for the last session of this track today, we've got Javier Columbi. Hello, how are you doing?
Doing great. How about you, Gary?
I'm doing great here. We're having a great conference today. And
absolutely.
You are going to talk about MAUI Blazor. So it's something we had a little bit of an insight this morning when Konrad was doing an overview of the different ways to write apps for all these different platforms. So it was a general overview over all of the cross-platform technologies in the .NET space. And you're going to show us a little more details about Blazor and MAUI and how the two can work together.
No, yeah, absolutely. Actually, I'm going to talk about Blazor in general and all the mobile options that we have and how MAUI Blazor is the culmination of all those efforts that Microsoft put together and how the promising future that we have in that technology. So I'm really excited about this talk. I'm really happy to be here with you guys and a lot of great sessions. I don't know how I'm going to follow David with that great session that he just gave, but I'm ready and happy and excited to be here.
Well, you've got the stage. Enjoy.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone, and welcome to my session in XamExpertDay. I'm really happy to be here. There have been a lot of great sessions. The session with Rendy and Charlin about UX, that was an amazing session. The electric engineering in me would love to see the session that should be happening in track 1 now with Samir about the Raspberry Pi with the hand sanitizing station and a mobile app that trigger all of those. That sounds amazing to me. So I'm definitely coming back to the recording. But right here, it's going to be talking about MAUI Blazor and all the choices that we have to use Blazor in a mobile application, how that expand the possibilities that we have to have just one app that runs everywhere. It runs on web, it runs on desktop, it runs on mobile, and the feature is really brilliant with that. So my name is Javier Columbier. I'm a Dev Express and Microsoft MVP, and this talk is MAUI Blazor, one app that runs everywhere. So if we see here, we have like the Blazor and Xamarin teaming together, and that is bringing the MAUI, that is the next evolution of Xamarin Form that David Orton just went over and did a great overview. So before we start going into the MAUI Blazor part, let's talk about mobile and .NET. So .NET and mobile, I pretty much am sure that everyone who has been doing mobile for a while have done some native only development. So I did a lot of Java, Android apps back in the days with Android Studio, with Java. And yeah, we did a few great apps, but it was always not my, I didn't feel at home. I was using Visual Studio. That is the tooling that I know. I wasn't using C#, even if Java has a lot of similar things. I was out of home. So when Xamarin chose in 2011 with the traditional Xamarin approach and doing all the bindings, that was like a really good for us. And when Xamarin Forms in 2014 came, you could even not share the logic. You could share also the UI. So that was a really good point to start doing .NET development. And then we have Uno. Uno platform is another way to do .NET mobile. So Uno platform did something really interesting because instead of using the XAML of Xamarin Forms, that is a different flavor of XAML, he used the XAML of UWP. And really smart, they did an interface for dependency object. And with that interface, they could map every element to the native element. For example, they did for every view in Android, it was inheriting from view. In iOS, from UI view. So they were really, really neat, was able to do let's say the translation from the UWP control, and now with WinUI 3, Project Reunion and so on, to the native control. So that was a really, really great thing, and this is another really neat solution. So I just wanted to bring that up in the choices that we have in .NET Mobile. And we also have right here a web. So they also have some bindings for all the HTML control. So with that out of the way, so we have Xamarin Forms, we have Uno, and MAUI, that is the evolution of Xamarin Form. So with MAUI that is coming now. We were hoping to get it on November of this year with the release on Net 6, but I think that is a good decision to take a little bit of more time and get everything right, get all the tooling right, get Visual Studio up to speed, get VS Code, and get everything that we need. But pretty much it's coming with support for Windows, for Macs, for iOS, and Android. So this is a really huge thing. We're going to have just one platform, just one code that it will take care to deploy to all these platforms. And I think that this is a great moment to be a developer, because right now the tooling is catching up to everything. So and I love that technology, that intent. If you are a JavaScript developer, you will be able to compile and use JavaScript on the web. You will be able to use React Native. You will be able to compile to mobile. If you are a C# developer, you should be able to reuse all your skills everywhere. And right now with .NET, we have that. We are running .NET everywhere, every platform, every target. So one thing that we're missing here in MAUI is web. And of course, we have the UI web head that Frank Kruger developed. And this is a really interesting solution when he has already almost every control that we need. And oddly enough, he just got, like a few months back, I believe, some type of reward for that project, because it's a really interesting solution. And of course, we have the WebAssembly renderers for Xamarin Font that the platform team put together. So pretty much it's going from the UWP project and compiling to WebAssembly. So that's the choices that we have for mobile. We have Xamarin, we have Uno, and we have MAUI that is still in preview. Now let's talk about Blazor. Blazor came with the new way to build interactive web UI with C#. And we have always had these two, let's say, fields, that is backend and front end. And we used to do all backend in C# because we're a .NET shop, but all our front end, we always have to do it in JavaScript. And that was in a chain because we could not reuse their skill. But with WebAssembly, all of those chains, we will be able to compile to that intermediate language, and our browser was able to understand what was going on. So we have Blazor, that is the new way to build rich web UI with C#, and that it has two hosting modes. It has Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly. So WebAssembly is pretty much what we were just talking about. All the DLLs, all the CSS, all the code, all your assets get downloaded to the browser. And then we have a .NET runtime that was compiled to WASM, to WebAssembly, and is able to read and understand all our code and runs natively on the browser. And so you can be completely offline. And we have the other hosting model that is Blazor Server, where we have a signal connection. Sorry. So we have a signal connection. We have like a interloop that goes back and forward, sending events to the server and HTML difference to the browser. But it's really, really efficient. And think about this. Let's say that you go to a Blazor server application, and the first thing that you do is you put the URL. So the first thing that happens is the JavaScript client gets downloaded. As soon as that JavaScript client gets in the browser, open a WebSocket, open that persistent connection, and from there, everything starts flowing back and forward. The first thing that it should flow is like, what is my first page? And then the server sends that HTML. So it's really light because the only thing that is sending is that HTML that the browser needs to render. And it doesn't send anything else until it needs to send. So if there is not any change, there is nothing more going to the wire. So it's really interesting solution. So let's quickly review about the architecture of Blazor, just really brief, so to know why it's so important and why it's so interesting to be able to use Blazor mobile, because their architecture is based on reusable components. So if you look at this picture right here, everything is a component. So the navigation on the top, the car's view on the left, the car on the right, all of those are components. So even the app itself, so the main component of Blazor, that is the app component, that's a component. And if you think about that we are based in Blazor in reusable component, we are able to make a composition of components. So every component can have inside nested component and more components. We can have parts and childs. And these components, we can put it in a Razor library. We can put it on a NuGet, and we can share it between different Blazor applications. We can share it, as you will see later, in a MAUI Blazor application. We can have it on web. We can have it on mobile. We can have it native. We can have it in desktop. So it's a really interesting and a really exciting approach. And not only that, we can do templates where a component gets as a parameter another piece of HTML. Think about that. We can dynamically render components that we are shaping based on some type of logic, on some type of business requirements. So the same code can render completely different depending of the situation that you present. Now, so I like to say that pretty much the reusable component in Blazor is like the moving section that is a drink inside a drink inside a drink, because it's a component inside a component. And if you don't have that spinning top that is moving around, so you can compose all your UI as nested, as comprehensive as you need. Now, one thing that I also want to mention is the JavaScript interop, because Blazor have JavaScript interop as a first-class citizen. So you can invoke JavaScript function from .NET methods, and you can invoke .NET method from JavaScript function. And it's so easy and so neat, so well implemented that you can have it right away running. And I know that some people, JavaScript is this love or hate language. So some people love it, some people hate it, some people argue about it, about a strong type, about all the possibilities that it has. But the truth is that JavaScript has been around for years and years, has a lot of libraries, a lot of stable solutions. So we cannot disregard that. So if you have, for example, a control that is already working perfectly in JavaScript, we can call it in C# and use it as let's call it a black box, where we just send the input. We know that's tested. We know that has unit tests. We know that has been used for years. And then we pretty much get the output and we're good to go. We are ready to use it. So let's see how fast and how easy we can use JavaScript interop in our Blazor application. So we have in our www root folder, we have a JavaScript file that we pretty much have to refer in our host or index space, depending if it's Blazor server or Blazor WebAssembly. We just put there the reference of that file that we have on JavaScript. And in that JavaScript, we have, for example, a message. And that's simple. You inject the JS runtime. And with that one, you just invoke it. And that's it. That's all you need to have JavaScript running. And the debugging experience is amazing. You can put breakpoints. It feels like you're doing C# right there. So now the Blazor future. So the roadmap that it has been going on, and we are in the last step. So, but I want to show all of them. So of course, server was first when I think it was released in 2018. Then came WebAssembly that it was on May 2020. And also, we have PWA with that. It gives us extra functionality. So it gives us offline support. We can have the home screen and taskbar. We can include push notifications. So it feels like a native app, but of course, we are still in that sandbox that the browser gives us. So we cannot access the file system. We cannot do things that are native to the platform. So the progressive web app is a great solution, but we are still in the sandbox that the browser has. Then we have Electron, a web view. This is another interesting solution, but that already gives us more functionality. So this becomes our Blazor app in a desktop app. Right here, we have APIs to access the file system, to access any native functionality. So we can open a Notepad. We can do crazy things. So this is a step above the PWA. And then we have mobile. That is pretty much what we're going to be focusing on, but I wanted to show everything that we can do with Blazor. So when we're talking about mobile and Blazor, the first thing that we have to think is, what are we trying to achieve here? Are we needing any native capability from the device? Or are we just needing a mobile optimized website? So the choices that we have with Blazor and mobile are several, and let's go now one by one. Let's think about, for example, Blazor server, as we were talking about, it has a signal connection that pretty much every processing is happening on the browser, and the only thing that it gets sent to is happening on the server, sorry, and the only thing that it gets sent to the browser as the difference of HTML. So think about that. Blazor server has a copy of your DOM in memory, and when you do any change, that change gets sent to the server, get processed, and then only the difference of that DOM of that change is what it gets sent back to the wire to the browser. So let's look at this GIF quickly. And this is an example where you click a button and then we just increment the count and make the label bold. If you see this, the only thing that is being sent to the child is that font weight bold, that style. That's the only thing that is being sent. That's the only thing that is being refreshed. If you remember web form, if you remember MVC, pretty much the whole screen gets pink, and you see that everything got refreshed, everything was a big callback. Right here is really efficiency. Only the part that changed, that's the only thing that it needs to be sent. So really efficient and really fast. So let's see the messages that are being sent through the WebSocket. If we see the message, we see that we have here the binary messages that are going back and forward. This is not meant to be readable by the user at all, but it is a good representation. We can even see here that if we look closer, that it says fall style weight. So right here is being saying that only that, and it's 229 bytes. That's not big by any means. So if you think about it, it's a really lightweight part that is being sent to the mobile. So if we have a mobile web browser, this is the first solution that you should think about. Like, do I need any capability from the device? If I don't, I can definitely do some Blazor server. And let's have a quick sample. Right here, we have a Blazor server application that is a line of business application. And pretty much here we have a couple of tasks, and we see that if it's high, we put it on red. We have like the image for the avatar of the user. And this is a Blazor server app that if we put in phone mode, right away it optimized to mobile. So right away it takes the space that it needs. And in some cases, this is more than enough. You have here all your actions. You can contract if you need a different action. We have all the editors that we need. We can even have pictures. So we can, because the possibilities that the browser provides has been increasing through the years. So we can even add a picture right here from the app. So this is a really interesting and really easy and fast solution, because especially on Blazor server, we won't have to do a middle layer with an API. We can connect directly to the database, and it's really light, because the only thing that is being sent is the HTML change, nothing else. Now, let's continue. We have now WebAssembly. And the first thing that we need to think about WebAssembly is, of course, we can do the same thing. We can have a mobile app in a browser that is using WebAssembly. But WebAssembly does require more load. So it loads all your DLLs, it loads all your HTMLs, all your CSS, all your JavaScript, all your image. So it will be more heavy for the browser. So that's a choice, but you need to think if that, like, it's not like Blazor server that is really light. Now we have another choice, that is PWA. So right here, pretty much when we create a new Blazor project, we can select Progressive Web App, and you will see that we already have the manifest, and we already have the service worker if we need to do some caching or any other. And right there, you can install it, and it will look and feel as a desktop, as a native application. And in some cases, and let's create one real quick so we can see it in action. And in some cases, we can even add a little JavaScript that when you open that URL, it prompts you to put it into home screen. I think that we have seen that a few times, that there are a few apps that as soon as you open, there is a pop-up that says, hey, do you want this in your home screen? Go to your settings, put it there, and then when you see it, you even have an icon in your phone home screen that looks however you want. So it's a really neat solution, again, for some cases where you don't need some native capabilities. But let's see the PWA in action. So we have here Blazor WebAssembly, and let's call it XamExpertDay. Let's click next. Let's give it a second. Let's select here Progressive Web App, .NET 5, and we don't need authentication. We are not going to use ASP.NET Core hosted. This is really recommended if you're going to be accessing any type of API or any type of connection string of your database. But right here, we are just showing the Progressive Web App, so we don't need it. So let's click Create, and let's give it a second. At 7:50 a.m. right here, so this coffee is just a blessing. Okay, it's coming. And here you go. So I'm not gonna go too much in the structure of the WebAssembly app, so let's run it and let's see actually the Progressive Web App in function. The things that we can see meanwhile is like we already have a manifest here that it got created by us. Right here with an icon, the image, the size, we have a service worker. And let's see what the error, hopefully the demo bots today no abandon me. Let's build it. Come on, let's do it. We have a lot to cover, and we only have like 20 more minutes. Okay, it's coming. Okay, perfect. So let's run it. Let's see it in action, and then we will move to more interesting approaches. So if you see right here, it will be the file new project, the counter, the fetch data, everything that we have seen in all the demos of Blazor so far, but it will have the possibility so we can print like the feel, it will make you feel like you are in a desktop application, and you will be able to see the taskbar, the icon, and okay, it's loading. Okay, you see it right here, the same example as we have seen all the time. And right here, we have this install that if we click on it, right away, it changes and it feels and it looks like it was a desktop app, and in a mobile, it will look the same. So you have here the taskbar, you have the application. So it looks really nice. So let's close it. And let's come back to the presentation. So after that, we have, again, the home screen. It will be in the taskbar. We can add caching and do offline capabilities. We can even do push notification with the progressive app. So now, let's talk about another really interesting solution about Blazor WebAssembly in mobile. So this is a community project that they did something that, in my opinion, was really, really neat. They took a complete Blazor web application and they hosted inside of Xamarin as an embedded resource. And then they use some JavaScript interrupt to communicate with the .NET runtime in a native app. So think about this. We have two runtimes in this solution. We have the WebAssembly runtime that is running inside that web control. And then we have the .NET runtime, the Xamarin runtime that is running, and we're doing JavaScript interrupt between both. And then we can, with that one, we can access anything we need. We can access Xamarin Essential. We can access any gyroscope, accelerometer, any native device from the phone. So it's something that, again, like mobile Blazor binding was experimental, MAUI Blazor is still in preview. This you can use it today. This you have been able to use it for a while, right? And in my opinion, it's kind of like PhoneGap, where you pretty much ship your application, all your JavaScript, all your assets, and then you deploy it. So this is something similar, but I was like amazed when I discovered this product. So let's see it here real quick. And if you see, here are the instructions. You can go more in deep, but pretty much to get it running, the only thing that you have to do is install the template that I already did, and then create a new Blazor mobile project, how he call it, and just put any name that you want. I actually copy the same command and run it, so my project is even called my project name. So let's see it right here. So we have a project name, and if we go to the Android and we go to the main activity, you see that right here we have the register app stream resolver. That is the one who helps to find what is the packet. And if we go inside that, you see right here we have the zip that is taking our Blazor, or my project Blazor application is packing in embedded resources, and then it's getting it from here. So I don't know you guys, but I think that this is the kudos to the developer. This is a really neat solution. So let's see it in action to see that you will have our application, and then right there it will be able to call any native functionality, any things that we need. And of course, you will be reusing all your web knowledge, all your web components, everything that you have been using in your web application right here natively on Xamarin. How cool is that? Let's give it a second. See the output. This was exactly, in my opinion, the same approach that PhoneGap did. So they used to do it with a lot of React projects, with a lot of JavaScript projects, that they used to like bundle all those resources and all those assets, all that code, and pretty much zip it and put a wrapper around to host it on the Apple Store, to host it on the Android store. So it's a really neat trick. Okay, while that is compiling, because I don't want to spend too much time here, let's move forward. And as soon as this is up, I will bring it back. So the next choices that we have is Blazor Desktop and Electron. So pretty much is you have your Blazor application, and the only, like, there are a few steps involved, but it's really fast. You pretty much add the Electron Node package, then you call this Electron API Windows Manager, so you create the windows, and from there in your builder you add the use Electron, and after installing the global tool of Electron, the only thing that you have to do is electronizing it and the target. So right here the target is Win, but this could be Mac, this could be Linux, and it will build your application for that platform, and you will be able to run it as a desktop application natively with access to native API in any of those operating systems. So let's open an example that I have right here. This is a Blazor server application that I already did that, so we don't waste the time where I already compiled it, and it will be only for Windows because I will have to set up the Mac and Linux, but pretty much right here we have the Excel file that it created after compile that, and if I run this, you see it was installing. It's installing our application, and you will see our Blazor server application running as a desktop application that it has more capability than the PWA that we showed before. Let me also review on the Blazor Mobile Binder. It's taking a little bit because it's compiling all those resources that we just talked about. So, and the Blazor server Electron is also coming. So one of these two should show up at any minute. Should be coming at any second. Come on. This one is still compiling, so we leave it there, but the Electron is almost ready. So if you see, it's already hosted in an Electron window that we can even configure the menu, add new extra options right here, but we pretty much have a Blazor server application inside Electron running natively and with access to native API. So really cool, right? Right here, this is just a demo app that we're using just some crude entities about any domain object, but you can see that the power of having the same Blazor server application that we will have in web inside an Electron window. So let's continue because I think that this is still going to take a little bit compiling, but we have a lot of more things nice to cover. So right here, then the next step was experimental mobile Blazor binding, and this has been the project that was like MAUI is the evolution of Xamarin Forms. So MAUI Blazor has been the evolution of this experimental mobile Blazor binding, and it's really important that the experimental part was there. But right now it's MAUI Blazor Preview 7, Preview 8. So it's really, really neat. So the first thing is like you have your same methodology to build Blazor application, your Razor syntax, your HTML, your CSS, everything that you're used to. So you don't have to change the way to develop. You pretty much can take those components and host it in mobile without web server, like in process right there. So it's really, really neat. And for the Blazor developer, is the way to go. It's the way to be native right away. Same component UI in mobile and desktop, as we just discussed, and you have native access to the device. So the other nice thing is like you can mix and match. You can have your native component and your web component running side by side. And if you have a team that have some people that are really good and some skill in web and some others that are really good in XAML in native, so you can have some hybrid app. I always recommend some standardization for maintenance later on, but this is definitely a good approach. So let's see. As we were talking, this is experimental mobile Blazor is the predecessor of MAUI Blazor. So MAUI Blazor is the evolution. Is what we were talking about. We have the web view where we are going to display all our done, and then we have like a Razor component and .NET, and we have a interrupt channels. So it's like Blazor server, but instead of having a signal connection, we are doing it through JavaScript, and we're communicating with the .NET runtime. So right here, there is no WebAssembly. Right here, there is no SignalR. This is just a Blazor web view that hosts our component and communicating process with our .NET runtime. So how do I start? How do I start with my Blazor? And I think that is coming. Finally, the Blazor mobile project. Let's see. Should be showing in a second. It took its time, but finally it's here. Let's give it one more minute. If not, we'll come back to the presentation because. Okay, it's coming. It's loading. So it's like Blazor is coming, but it's still not there. Please. Okay, so right here we have it. So this is the project running. This is our Blazor web as a zip and embedded resource in our Xamarin host is hosted in our Xamarin application. And if we actually go to the hamburger menu and go to this Blazor mobile and we click on it, we are actually calling native functionality from the device. So this is a native to the Android platform. So right here, this is the alert. This is the display message on Android that we just by looking at it know how it works. So the same thing we can do with iOS, the same thing that we can do with desktop. So this is a really good way to have our Blazor web application hosted in Xamarin and also have access to everything functionality that the device offers, including Xamarin Essentials and so on. So stop this. Actually, let's close it and let's continue with our presentation. So MAUI Blazor, how do I start? So as always, I say, if you want to start with something, get up to it, sit in your laptop. The best way to learn is actually trying. So first thing is, right now, before we have to do a lot of CLI, we have to do a lot of install the template and so on. Right now, everything now has become easier for us. So we install the Visual Studio Community 2022 preview 4 specifically that it was released last month. And then right there, we just check the boss.NET MAUI preview and the template gets installed for you. The .NET 6 runtime gets installed for you and everything that you need. Only thing that you need to take in account in consideration is that you also have to install the Android 12 API 31 and the OpenJDK 11. But if you check for those, you're good to go. So let's get to the demo of MAUI Blazor. So right here we have the code of this app. It's already public in GitHub, so you guys are welcome to go and download it, clone it, and play with it. But let's create a new Blazor MAUI app right away. Let's create a new project. And it will show us the template, and it will be beside the .NET MAUI app template. We have the .NET MAUI Blazor app template, and we are going to call this XamExpertDay as well, because already Gerard took all the MAUI app number. So let's create. And let's take a quick review at what the project structure have with a single project. Let's take a quick review of how things are happening, and let's run the project to see it in action. And then we'll see a demo a little, because this is the file new project. This will have the counter. This will have everything that we have seen in all the demos, and then we'll see a little more comprehensive demo. So right here, what we are seeing, this is the project, and the first thing that we can look, for example, is the program. And right here, we see that right here, we are registering the Blazor MAUI web view. We are adding the Blazor web view, and we're building the same thing that we have been used. So if we go now to the app, we see right here, we're going to the main page. If we go to the main page, we see here that we have the Blazor web view. And if we increase here, we see that he's saying the host page is in the www root file index, and then the root component is local main. So let's see both of those things. One thing that you see with this project structure is right now we have the www with our CSX. We can see here our index page that pretty much has the web view JavaScript and also have this app component in the body. If we come back to the main razor, that is the one that if we check here, it's telling us local main. If we go to the main razor, we will have the router component that we're used to see in our Blazor application that say, hey, if you find the route that I'm pointing to, go to the main layout and use that one as your base. If you don't, just display, sorry, there is nothing at this address. And if we go to the main layout, you'll see that there is the same structure of our Blazor project. We have the dump menu, and we have right here our body. That is where every of our other components get injected. And we have here, if we go to the page, the same that we have seen, the counter, the fetch data, the index, and also our services to run. So let's compile this. And while that is compiling, we can also take a look at the CS project. That is really interesting. Right here, you see that we have .NET 6 iOS, .NET 6 Android, Catalyst, and we have the Windows commented out. So right here, we can start an extension that is single project, and then we uncomment that one and we run with Windows. For now, let's see it on Blazor because we are running out of time. But after this is compiled, we should be able to run it and see this project in action. And we think about what we have accomplished with just this. We have accomplished having our Razor component that we will be using in any other Blazor application or web application in Android. But if you are doing MAUI, it's not Android, it's iOS, it's Mac, it's Windows. So just by that, you will have web that you already did with your Blazor component and all the other platform, mobile and desktop. So let's give it a second to finish compiling. And let's run it. Perfect. So let's run the project, and then we come back to how I would like to structure these solutions to better code reusability. Let's run it. Okay, one thing that we forgot to do is we have to go to properties. We need to go configuration and click deploy. So it's able to actually run it. Let's do it again. Okay, right here you see we have the splash screen with the .NET logo, and voila, this should be coming real soon. The Blazor app running natively in the app. How cool is that? So we have here our counter, our fetch data, and so on. So let's do one quick change quickly, and let's see if the hot reload wants to work right here. So right here we can put a stack layout. And if we just hover over, you see that the stack layout comes from the namespace MAUI control stack layout. So that's a native control. But if we go to the Blazor web view, it's coming from web view MAUI Blazor web view. So it's a different namespace. So now right here, we can put label. Actually, let's put here demo expert day. That's it. I have too many things open here. You see, right here we have our emulator, and for some reason it's only showing me the demo expert date, but it should be showing everything. It should be showing the label with the web view right behind it. So let's right below it. So let's run it again. And see, and this is the capability that we have. We can mix native, we can make Blazor. So we have an hybrid approach. We have our native components, our native UI, and we have our web UI working together. And right there, you can see right here, we have our label and we have our web view. And of course, because we put a stack layout, is not positioning correctly, but we can fix that real quick. So let's stop this for a second. let's actually close it. And let's go to the project, a more complete solution and how I would like to structure this type of application. So let's come back to it. And let's open, let's find Visual Studio 2022 right here. This MAUI Blazor app. So right here we have three solutions. We have the same MAUI Blazor app, the single project that we just saw. We have a Razor class library where we have just a component called view Razor, and you can see that it's a simple div that is taking some HTML and passing some parameters, the image, the title, and the body text. And we have our Blazor web server app that pretty much again has reference to that Razor class library. And then in our index page, we're calling that card view. And for each, so we are iterating from a collection of card view list, and we are showing that. And pretty much what we're displaying, and let's run the server app first, the Blazor server application. And we'll see that we have that component that we're taking from a Razor class library that actually could be a nugget. We can put that in a nugget and reference to in as many projects as you need. We will have it on web. And then we will be using that same component from that Razor class library on mobile. Let's give it a second, that is coming. If not, let's copy the URL and go directly. And you see here the huge picture. So let's just pretty much click inspect to make it more mobile friendly. This is a talk about mobile. And if you see here, we have our card view displaying on web right away. So with that out of the way, we can see that we have that component using that Razor class library on web. So let's see it now working on mobile. So let's set our MAUI Blazor app as a startup project, and we can review here that we have in our index the card view as well. And if we run this, we will be using the same component that we were using on web, we will be using it on mobile. I don't know you guys, but I think that this is amazing. This is something that we can reuse so much. So there are a lot of components that we have used in some applications that now we are able to use it in mobile. We're able to access the native capability of the device. So this is amazing. Let's give it a second. And voila. If you see here, we have the same component that we're using on web, we have it on mobile, running natively in the device. And we have another component that is called Tab Razor, where we can actually put button tabs bar, and we can even see the summer live preview right here. And if we see, for example, if we go to our chair main layout, so we have the tab bar here, and that tab bar is another Razor component. So the possibilities that we have here are endless. We go here and we have here all those button tab bar that we just showed. So the future is really promising. So let's come back to the slide for just a second, because I think that we are almost out of time. So few last notes are MAUI Blazor. The web content is in the same process as the rest of the app. So there is no web server, there is no HTTP request, everything is running right there locally. There is no remoting between app domains or anything crazy like that. We're using Visual Studio, all the tooling that we know. And if you know MAUI, also going to have support for VS Code. It is run everywhere MAUI runs. Like with mobile Blazor Band, it's like running everywhere Xamarin Forms run. This will run everywhere MAUI runs. So how complete is it? That's depending on your requirement. Of course, it's still in preview, so you need to take some precaution. But so far, we have had some really good luck and really good experience with it. So definitely, I will encourage you. So before, I used to say, just let's wait a little bit to jump in the MAUI chip. Now is the time. Go for it. So in the .NET 6, there is a lot of things that are coming for Blazor, like hot reload, like IoT compilation, deploying to desktop, and more and more and more. And all of this one, you will be able to have to take advantage of on your MAUI Blazor apps. .NET 6 is coming on November. We're really excited about that, about .NET Conf 2021. So next time that someone asks you what is the way to do mobile development, if you're going to be using HTML so versus XAML or all that discussion, you say we can do both. So there hasn't to be a gladiator fight. So we can actually select what we're more productive with and roll with it. And lastly, I want to mention that David also mentioned it, but the DevExpress is offering free MAUI controls. So if you see, they also have even a template for creating your projects where you can select, I want to target only Android or iOS. I plan to use charts, collection, data grid, scheduler. And this is completely free for these two versions, for 20.1, I believe, and 21.1. So if you got it now before November 30, this will be free forever. Of course, that version, but if this version has everything you need for your project, hey, take it before November. I think that is a good investment either way. If you're not going to move forward, that is good to have it on your toolbox. With that out of the way, I want to say thank you for the XamExpertDay to invite me, and for everyone who is here on the talk with us, especially with so much of a great talk that Samer is giving in the other track. Really excited to be here. If you have any questions, you feel free to reach me on Twitter. I have had a blast here, so hope you guys learn something.
Thank you so much, Jose. That was really a lot of content. There's so many options, so many ways of reusing your code for all those different platforms. So that's
the exciting part. That again, you need to use what you're more productive with. So there should not be a battle, a discussion. It's like, where are you productive? Go that route. That's what we need. We need to give results. We need to give value. So happy to be here. Happy to show those demos.
Awesome. Thank you for the great presentation. And this is the end of this track, the second track. I'm sorry, you're in Arizona, right?
Yeah, it's 8 a.m. for me here, so I'm starting my day.
Yeah. So you were the westernmost person in our lineup, so we put you at the end, so you didn't have to wake up so early, but it was still early for you.
Either way, I couldn't hold myself, so I woke up early, watched a few of the presentation. I watched Charlin, I watched David, I watched Sam Basu. So those were really great presentations. So I could not, even if I wasn't speaking, I could not sleep with it. So I just woke up and started watching all the shows.
Right, awesome. I made the suggestion of doing a 24-hour conference. The others didn't like it. Maybe next year. But we're going to continue in track 1. Samer is still on there, but he started a little bit late. But we're going to have Maddie Leger, or still Leger. She's going to change her name next weekend. On to give us the keynote and also talk about MAUI again. But Jose, thank you so much. I will put a link to the survey on the screen, and if you haven't, you can participate there. Give us feedback on the sessions, on the whole conference, also for your chance to win the great prizes that Gerald has announced in the intro. I'm sure he will talk about it in the outro in track 1 right after the keynote also. So,
awesome. Hey, thank you, Gary, for the hosting. I know what it takes to create all these events and everything that is behind the scenes. So that's a lot of work. So I appreciate your participation and everyone else that is involved.
Okay, then you have a good start to the day and enjoy the keynote. Bye-bye.